And hi, everyone. I am Katie Couric, and someone's dream is going to come true tonight. And whatever happens for most of us, our long national nightmare is about to be over. Welcome to our election night coverage here on Yahoo. And believe it or not, it's been over a year and a half since both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump announced their candidacies. 18 months that have felt at times, let's face it, more like 18 years. No pollster, pundit, or pontificator took Donald Trump seriously when he rode down that escalator in Trump Tower last June until he landed 16 knockout punches in the Republican primaries, handing him the Republican nomination and putting the fate of the GOP in his hands, which, by the way, also got a lot of attention. Meanwhile, almost all of those same politicos predicted Hillary Clinton would have an easy ride to the Democratic nomination. That was until another unlikely contender named Bernie Sanders came along. His candidacy ultimately came to an end, but his revolution, well, to borrow a phrase from the 60s, it keeps on trucking. Either way, Americans have a historic choice to make. Either the first billionaire reality TV star will be moving into the White House next year, or the first woman to be elected president will be measuring the drapes. And if there are somehow any undecided voters still out there, guess what? Your time is officially running out. The polls are already closed in parts of Indiana and Kentucky, and in just a few minutes, at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, the polls will close completely in 6 states. We've got a lot of great people here tonight helping us understand what's happening as we stream you all the results and what they mean. I mean, who needs a TV, people, right? So joining us tonight, as usual, Matt Bai is our national political columnist. Jamal Simmons is a Democratic strategist. Katie Packer, Katie, too, is a Republican strategist. She was deputy campaign manager for Mitt Romney in 2012 and one of the leaders in the Never Trump movement. Meanwhile, the famous Republican pollster and prognosticator Frank Luntz has stopped by. We're going to pick his sizable brain in just a few minutes. Bianna Golodryga is at Hillary Clinton's election night headquarters at the Javits Center here in New York City. And Stephanie Sy is at Donald Trump's election night headquarters just a few blocks away at the Midtown Hilton Hotel. And as a reminder that tonight is all about our future, we have some future voters standing by with Yahoo's own Brittany Jones-Cooper to color in the electoral map as we make calls all night long. Hopefully they're not going to be sleeping on that map of the United States if it's a late night. Anyway, we're going to be talking to them in a moment. But first, of course, we want to pick our friend Frank Luntz's brain. If anything happened on your way to CBS, you stopped by here at Yahoo. So, Frank, I'm so happy to see you. Tell us what you're hearing and what you can tell us at this point.
So the first thing is that I actually don't believe it's over. Because, yes, the election is over, but the ramifications of it, what has happened over the last 18 months, are so significant. We have created divisions that are not going to be healed in the coming weeks or months. We have said things that hopefully some of these candidates regret. And even ourselves, not just us, but people back there, all across the country, the yelling and screaming about this election, I heard it today here in New York, is out of control. And I encourage people to see the segment from 60 Minutes from a couple days ago to really see just how deep it is.
I think people probably know that already, Frank, don't you? I mean, I think they're probably getting into fights with members of their own families. But we're going to talk about that in a moment. Come on, Frank.
Okay.
What do you know?
Okay. First is that of the people who went, and I'm going to speak in general terms because the numbers, obviously people are still voting, and I don't want to have any impact on what that happens. But first, the negativity from both candidates is significant. A majority of Americans who voted today have a negative opinion of Hillary Clinton, but even more have a negative opinion of Donald Trump. That neither candidate, more than 50% for both candidates, felt that neither was honest or trustworthy, which is significant because that has never happened before. A bare majority of Americans think Hillary Clinton is qualified to be president. Barely 1/3 of voters think Donald Trump is qualified to be president. And in terms of the right temperament, that was the biggest spread of all. Just more than half of the public, of the people who voted, think that Clinton has the temperament to occupy that office, and only 1/3 believe that Trump did. This was not an election about policy. This was not an election about principles. This was an election about people and persona. And when that's the election, Hillary Clinton had the advantage. And as we will see through the night, that's how voters voted.
So you think his temperament was his Achilles heel, so to speak?
And it's everything about it. It's the language that he used. It's the tone. It was how he treated her. I think the debates were devastating for him, particularly that first debate. Americans don't want to see you interrupt. They don't want to see you say wrong, when your opponent is
I don't
speaking.
know that it's an Achilles heel so much as a goiter. I mean, it's like, you know, it's just out there. You know, he led with it.
And it had an impact on him. And in terms of what they were looking for, and this I find interesting, and then I'll turn it back to you. The number one attribute was bringing about necessary change, bringing needed change. That crushed every other attribute in terms of what they wanted. And yet, based on the turnout that we see, based on the numbers that we see, that did not help Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah, let's talk about turnout, because it's pretty unprecedented, especially among Hispanic voters, which I think is probably going to be one of the headlines of the night. What are you hearing and seeing in your data in terms of turnout?
Tremendous turnout for Latinos all across the country, and that's going to be the story tonight. In addition, obviously, to who won and who lost. It made a difference in Florida. It made a difference in Nevada. It made a difference in Colorado. The Latino vote was always a pro-Democratic vote, but it was a pro-Democratic vote by about 2-1. I think when all is said and done, it may be 3-1 tonight. And when you make up a higher turnout and a higher percentage of the overall electorate than ever before, that spells trouble for the Republican Party. And starting tonight on this show, no one will call me a Republican again, because I'm not part of this. I'm not part of that system. I'm not part of that negativity. This is not something I was involved in this year. I will leave it to others to explain and to try to get themselves out of this mess.
But Frank, it wasn't always, Latino vote wasn't always that tilted against the Republicans. I mean, George W. Bush did pretty well with Latinos. Twice, in 2000 and 2004. This is the result of actions that politicians have taken that have had reverberations in the rest of the society, right?
And yes, and this is a vote between, and I'm going to use the most negative language because that's what voters say. It's a vote between the liar and the lunatic. And they have chosen or will choose later tonight the liar. And we won't ever use that language about it again, because that's the language of 2016, and we have to stop speaking that way. But you're right about the Latino vote, but it's not just that. It's also the young vote, which Republicans have had trouble with now for more than a decade. And frankly, it is also among upper middle class voters, which Republicans used to count on, and they can't count on them.
But we can't really separate this, right? Because when we talk about young voters, we're talking about a population of people that is now 43% people of color. So you look at people like the Jen Forward survey at University of Chicago. They've been delving into this, and what they have shown is that there are real differences about how young voters who tend to be browner, Black, Latino, Asian American, than the older population. So when we talk about millennials, we are talking about young people of color as well as young whites.
And I'm going to give you a statistic for them to show you just how different they are. We asked the question a few months ago, what type of economic system you most wanted for the country? Among millennials, 58% chose socialism, only 33% chose capitalism.
Which, given their support of Bernie Sanders, didn't come as a huge surprise. And Katie Couric, what do you think when you hear Frank saying this? I know you feel very much the same way as someone who started the Never Trump movement. But, I mean, let's face it, there's a huge section or huge segment of the population calling themselves Republicans who are gravitating to Donald Trump. So what's going to happen to the future of the GOP?
Well, just to back up for a quick second, I think on this question of socialism, I do have some hope that these young people, when they get a little bit older and they start paying taxes, that maybe, they'll sort of change their tune. But I think one of the interesting things about this election is we've had this idea that people kind of live in silos, that women vote based on women's issues, that Latino voters vote based on Latino issues. And I think what we've found is that women are just as offended by Trump's attitude towards Latinos and towards Black voters and toward the disabled as they are about the way he treats women. And so all of these voters aren't just sort of looking at their core issues, but they're sort of looking across the board. And young voters are very concerned about how he treats women, how he treats brown and Black voters.
How he treats people with disabilities.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that
that's not just disabled people who find that objectionable.
Right.
In other words.
And there are men who are offended by the way he talks about women.
Absolutely. And so I think it's sort of permeated the entire electorate. And I do think that the Republican Party is going to have to very, very quickly move to disavow Donald Trump. There were some that embraced Donald Trump because they felt like they had to do that in order to help down ballot candidates or for whatever reason, but were never really comfortable wearing that suit.
But what happens to all his supporters, Katie? What happens to Donald Trump supporters?
That there's a few different categories of Trump supporters. There's sort of the early Trump supporters that were always very rabid and enthusiastic. There are Trump supporters that came on with him because they were party loyalists and felt like you have to support the top of the ticket. And there are also Trump supporters now who just really, really hate Hillary Clinton. And so that was what drove them. But they never really were going to love and embrace Trump. And I do think that that folks in those last two groups pretty quickly are going to move to distance themselves and distance.
Having said that, doesn't the Republican Party though have to change dramatically in order to absorb those people? They're not going to be interested if the Republican Party doesn't change its tune. How will it change its?
And in 2012, if you remember, the Republican Party did an autopsy that they called the Growth and Opportunity Project, where they identified all of these things.
And Mitt Romney told me in an interview his biggest mistake in 2012 was that he did not reach out more to Latino voters.
And he would say that today. And he would say that that was Trump's biggest mistake and the party's biggest mistake by embracing Trump was distancing himself from those voters.
I was going to say, he not only didn't reach out, I mean, he alienated them, Frank.
I went to Trump rallies.
Right.
And I really want to clarify. Donald Trump would come in and say there are 7,000 people waiting outside who can't get in. That's a lie. There weren't 7,000 people. There was nobody waiting to get out. The whole place wasn't packed. I'm taking photographs of all these empty seats, all this empty space. So he's just making things up from the podium, and everyone saw this. He's picking fights with the media. He's deliberately trying to antagonize people. And you know what? It worked for that small slice of the electorate that was loud and hot and intense. But it turned off other people. And I'm going to surprise you. One data I'm going to give you. The percent who strongly supported their candidate tonight, 47% of Clinton voters strongly supported Clinton. Only 39% of Trump voters strongly supported Trump. Her support was actually more intense than his.
His number hasn't really moved, right, Frank, over the last year?
And it actually, well, based on this, it actually it's looking like Trump's going to do worse tonight than what the poll showed. So instead of this hidden Trump vote that everyone talks about, the shy Trump voter, I don't see it.
Really? Matt, you're not talking.
I'm listening. There's a larger disconnect here. It's not just about the Republican Party. I mean, I have a couple of thoughts, and one is, I have heard Republicans say the same thing Katie says, which is they will move very quickly to disavow themselves from Trump. I think it would be a mistake for Republicans to tell themselves that solves the problem. As you were saying, they've been through this process before. They have fed something in their own party, a constituency, that is making it impossible for them, if they lose this election, to compete nationally or to select candidates who can compete nationally. And they need to think about, what the party's been doing and the message it's been sending. But I also think, larger, the American political system, some things amiss here. The New York Times did a terrific analysis. I think this was the most overlooked statistic, frankly, of the entire campaign. It was a terrific data analysis in which they said the percentage of people who voted for either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton in the 2016 primaries was 9%. Fewer than 1/10 of Americans, fewer than 1 in 10 voted for either of those candidates. What you see tonight, when you send two candidates out there and say, America, these are who your parties have chosen, and the best you can do is half think one of them is qualified, and a third of them think one of these candidates has the temperament to be president, and a third of them think he's qualified, you have a process that is not creating an opportunity for other Americans to feel bought into politics, and it's not giving you your best candidates.
And actually, there are a couple of governors that are talking about this tonight, that they're afraid that the Republicans are now going to close off independents because that's where Donald Trump did the best among.
Right.
Not hardcore Republicans. It's people who are not Republican who came into the party to vote for him. And they're scared to death because if that happens, it means that only the most right-wing candidate.
Yeah, that's a good answer to this past election, to the last battle.
Exactly.
But it's a good way to get yourself a bad candidate next time.
We're always good at solving last year's problem.
That's right.
But Frank, to be apolitical for a moment, we've got this huge swath of disenfranchised Americans who are the non-college educated working class whites that have gone toward Donald Trump in droves. I mean, how can the political system or how can politicians embrace those individuals and make them feel less alienated for the good of the country, having nothing to do with politics?
It's essential that Hillary Clinton, if she is the president, that she does that tonight. And she should speak to them explicitly and actually say, for those of you, not who voted for my opponent, for those of you who voted for Donald Trump, I know you're concerned about me. I know you're concerned about you. I know you're concerned about your future. I get it. You may not see now, you may not see that I have the answers, but I hear you. And I will seek to earn, at a minimum, I will seek to earn your respect going forward. I think she actually has to address Trump directly. because that's
Okay.
the only way that these people
Stand by, because I know you're taking off, but I got a little present for you before you do. It's 7 p.m. Eastern, which means the polls actually 7:20 and 23 seconds, which means the polls are now closed in 6 states, including Georgia, which could go blue for the first time since 1992, and my home state of Virginia, which is more importantly tonight the home state of Hillary Clinton's running mate, Tim Kaine. Not more important than me being from Virginia, people, but hello. We can call Vermont for Clinton, by the way, and Indiana and Kentucky for Donald Trump. And no big surprises there, right, you guys?
No.
What? Kentucky? I'm shocked.
Although, Indiana did go Democratic in 2008, but there was no chance it was going
Right, it's also
this
Mike
year.
Pence's home state.
Not a good thing for Evan Bayh running to get back in the Senate out there that can be called so easily, so quickly.
Right, we should explain about Evan Bayh real quickly. He left the state.
You can explain what's going on with Evan Bayh.
Well, I can't explain that much. I just know he's Birch Bayh's son, kind of a Indiana guy. He left the state.
Kind of an Indiana guy.
Yeah, well, and I say kind of because he left the state for 6 years, right?
He was
came
a
back.
senator.
He was governor, and he was a senator.
Yeah, he was governor and senator. He's running again after being out for 6 years, and was previously considered the overwhelming favorite for the seat.
Yeah, why is he having such a hard time?
When you
Because he only kind of lives there.
Oh, that's right, because he did an ad where he was playing basketball, big Hoosier sport, on a driveway, and somebody said, whose driveway did you rent to do that ad, right?
He couldn't give his own address, so that's not great.
Yeah,
but it's also,
that's true.
But it's
going
also,
to Hollywood is bad.
It turns out that the candidate who can raise the most money after having lobbied and been in Washington for a long time is not always the strongest candidate in a state of another party.
And also,
that's what we're finding out.
When he was done from the Senate, as he was getting ready to leave, some of the trips that he took, he charged the federal government, i.e. the taxpayers, and he had to pay it back. That was the breaking point. When that ad came out, he was still up 8 or 10 points. Yeah. When that came, that was the...
He could win that race. I mean, we don't know. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't count on it.
I'm not counting on it. I've placed no bets.
So Frank, I know you have to split in a moment, but hey, you guys, will you bring out my little present for Frank? You said that you were excited for the day after the election. You were going to have a big bowl of what? Spaghetti bolognese. So I got you the sauce, Frank. And I also know that you want to get healthier, so I'm going to say just probably forego the pasta and just enjoy the sauce. Maybe with some cottage cheese, Frank. What do you think?
So now I know that Yahoo gives out store-bought sauce.
Did you think I was going to give you homemade bolognese?
I thought that I had earned homemade, but I guess not.
I know you have to leave, but before you go, come on, give us a little something here, Frank. I mean, you're looking at a lot of data. I know we want to be careful about what we reveal, but can you tell us in generalities, sort of where the candidates are looking strong, weak, and who you think is going to have a surprising night, good night? What do you think?
Based on the demographics, based on how we look at the gender gap, where Hillary Clinton did extremely well among women and not as badly among men as people had expected. Based on Donald Trump doing so poorly, not just among 18 to 29-year votes, but 30 to 39-year-old votes, and not running up the score among seniors. And based on income and education, the socioeconomic levels where Trump did not do as well as he expected to do among working class.
Why is that? That's such a surprise to me.
Because in the end, they didn't like him. And that's going to be the conversation that you're going to have.
They sure like, what about all those rallies? I mean...
Is there a gender split there?
That's a big misnomer, though. This is an interesting thing. If you look at all of his rallies in the general election, he very rarely had any crowd that was as large as what Mitt Romney had in the general election in 2012. He did
but Katie,
smoke and weird.
He said they were big.
Exactly.
But that's the point.
He tweeted last night that he had 22,000 people at that arena in New Hampshire. The capacity is 12,000. Mitt Romney was regularly pulling 25, 30, 35,000. So a lot of that is just a big myth.
But do you think it's because he didn't really have any specific policies that would help those people he was trying to appeal to in terms of improving their lives?
It's persona. It's not policy.
They didn't get to
really? But I mean, because of that, Matt, because he never told them anything that would give them hope about their economic futures.
You have to be a credible messenger to deliver a persuasive message. And, I think from what we're hearing from the data that, Frank is saying that the electorate at large does not consider him a credible messenger. And you know what? I mean, look, I've been clear about how I feel about writing in my columns. Like, good for them if that's the case, because it's not about Republican or Democrat. It's about qualifications for the office, seriousness of purpose, actually wanting to govern, actually having an idea of where you would take the country, actually being responsible and not inciting the worst emotions and the worst instincts in the American electorate. You know, if the public has decided that that is not where American politics belongs, then we are not in as cataclysmic a shape as perhaps some people think.
And what about the Senate? I mean, can you give us any sort of preview of how that's shaping out?
If I can give you one word, it's the word respect, one value, which is that you can oppose someone without disrespecting them, and you can fight for one group without disrespecting another. And Donald Trump never figured that out. And voters figured out that in the end, he really didn't respect most of them. In terms of the Senate, the ticket splitting, which people were expecting, does not seem to be holding. That Justice Hillary Clinton, I expect to have a very good night. I think the Democrats in the U.S. Senate are going to have a very good night as well.
Okay. Thanks so much for coming
was
by,
interesting.
Frank.
That was good. Thank you.
Yeah, that was good.
And I was actually going to go over to CBS, but now I'm just going to go over and make myself some pasta.
By the way,
when
you're done with those boring CBS people, come back and see us if you want.
If you had given me a buffet, I'd be back here every night.
You had enough of those in Las Vegas, Frank.
You can never have enough buffets, as I said to Chris Christie once.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Thanks for coming by. So
Although
we're
we
going to
should talk about Christie sometime tonight.
Yeah, I want to talk about Chris Christie as well. But go ahead.
But you won't be
Do your
here.
thing.
I won't be here, but and also for the people who are watching here, and I'm looking at which camera it is. So I guess it's somewhere over.
Take it to
Yeah,
camera.
it's the one with the red light, Frank.
You have a I would love it if the people who are watching here would pick up the phone and not call their friends who supported the candidate that they voted for. That you pick up the phone and call the other supporters and commiserate with them and tell them that you appreciate them, you value them. Just once, I would like to see a concession speech and a victory speech where it was genuine and authentic and people actually truly reached across the aisle and said, please, let's work together.
You wrote about that in the New York Times today. Do you think that's going to happen? Are you optimistic, at least, for either candidate, that they're going to say the things that you're hoping they will?
I'm hoping that others in Washington, the new leader of the Senate, if there is one, and Paul Ryan in the House, will take the lead. And I hope that if Hillary Clinton is elected tonight, that she will, this evening, make a statement to that effect.
Do you think Paul Ryan's going to be in trouble?
Depending on how many seats they lose in the House, and House is tough to say because each district is individual, but there is a pull. I think he will be weaker tonight than he was 24 hours ago, but I don't think he will be weak. I think he will be reelected with a reasonable margin.
And in a sense, Frank, I mean, we don't know what the margins are, but if what you're talking about in terms of people who think Trump has the right temperament or that he's qualified, if in fact the American public at large rejects this Republican offering and says this guy does not have the temperament or the qualifications to be president, doesn't that strengthen Ryan's hand in some way? He's been basically saying to his party, you can't nominate someone like this and win.
It should, but it's all people politics in Washington. It's not the polls. It's not even in elections.
But isn't it how big the Freedom Caucus is?
Exactly.
Frank?
Exactly. And I understand where they're coming from.
I got something right. I'm so excited.
Well, you know who else could do it? The other person who
right.
could give us a great sign that he's willing to work with the new president, if it is Hillary Clinton, would be Senator Mitch McConnell. And if Mitch McConnell passes the Supreme Court nominee that President Obama has put up, Merrick Garland, if he gets that Supreme Court nomination through the Senate in the lame duck, that means that Hillary Clinton can start off in January fresh. If she has to have a Supreme Court fight in the first quarter of next year, that never turns out as a place and a way for Democrats and Republicans to come together. It usually pulls people apart even more. So getting that off the table would be a great signal that perhaps we can get something done for the American people.
Have a great election night.
Okay, thanks so much for coming by. Enjoy the
Good night,
pasta
Frank.
sauce. All right, now really, I'm going to put you on a diet starting tomorrow, Frank.
I'm not Mike, so I don't know what to say.
You actually are.
With the
And by the way, Janet Napolitano is joining us now. She was the Democratic governor of Arizona and Homeland Security Secretary under President Barack Obama. She's now president of the University of California system, and she's joining us tonight from UC Berkeley. Hello, Janet Napolitano. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello.
So what are you watching for as you watch the returns tonight?
Like most people, I'll look to see what's happening in Florida, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Virginia, the East Coast seaboard. I'll be looking at what turnout is appearing to be as we move further west across the country. I'll be paying attention to Arizona, where I hear some very interesting things coming out of there today. And then, of course, I sit in California, which will be a strong Hillary state.
Now, I know you've been campaigning for Secretary Clinton in your home state of Arizona, which has been a solid red state for the past 20 years. What kind of interesting things are you hearing coming out of there tonight?
Well, Latino turnout in early voting is already double what it was in 2012. There's heavy turnout in Pima County, which is where Tucson is, which is heavily Democratic. I'm hearing that they're having some polling problems in Central Phoenix, which is also a Democratic stronghold, and turnout there is also very heavy. It's a heavy lift, don't get me wrong, for a Democrat to carry Arizona, but if the winds are as they were just predicted by your previous guests and they are blowing east to west, Arizona definitely could be in play.
Well, it was interesting because it did appear competitive recently, and then it seemed to shift and return to red in the past week or so, even with Hillary Clinton's visit to the state. Do you think that was connected to the James Comey news that he was reinvestigating or looking at emails that had been found that
Yes.
may be quote unquote pertinent to the case?
Yes, I was out there a week ago Sunday for a memorial service for former Governor Moffett, and you could almost feel the momentum just stop. And they had great momentum going into that critical week and slid back. And that critical period between Comey 1 and his oops letter, Comey 2, I think had a real impact. And I think it had an impact in other close states and close congressional districts across the country.
But do you think she got a bump after the news broke late Sunday afternoon that, in fact, there was nothing new there?
Perhaps, but it doesn't give, for example, Democratic House challengers. There's one down in the southern part of the state, Matt Hines against McSally. Doesn't give the Democrat a lot of time to catch up on the momentum side of things. So it was, to be charitable, a most unfortunate interference.
Well, what do you think should happen to James Comey?
I don't know. And I think he needs to do some real soul searching. If he had time to check those emails before the second letter, one would have thought he would have checked them before the first one, which would have avoided this whole problem. So I think he really has to go back and look operationally at what happened. I think he has to look at the problem of leaks outside of the FBI, which became not just leaks, but seemed to be a veritable flood. I think he has soul searching to do as a leader, and I think the department, the agency, has soul searching to do.
So tell us a minute what you think about if, in fact, Hillary Clinton is elected tonight, how you feel about the notion of the first female president.
I find it very exciting and thrilling, and I just love the notion that in our lifetimes we will have elected the first African-American president and the first woman president, boom, boom, right in a row. And I think that sends a signal, to all of our children, sends a signal across the country about the qualities that a president must have, and also the things that used to be factors that would delegitimize someone as a president, take them out of contention, race, gender, no longer do so.
Let me ask you about the college students that you interact with during your day job in California. When it comes to millennials and Hillary Clinton, until really quite recently, they just weren't that into her. What do you think the disconnect was and the appeal of Bernie Sanders? You interact with these kids on a regular basis. What did you hear from them anecdotally?
Well, I think Bernie Sanders energized them. He was speaking directly to them on student debt. I think college students tend to be more liberal than other populations to begin with. And I think, like voters throughout the country, this was partially a change election, and he represented change. And at least until the very end of the race, she did not represent change. But I think her performance in the third debate in particular, and how strong and firm she was on things like a woman's right to choose, and on health care and on helping working families. And I think the one-on-one comparison between the two candidates, you don't get to pick amongst 4 or 5. This is not a Chinese menu. It is Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. And I think students saw through that.
You know, apparently Barack Obama's endorsement or campaigning enthusiasm, whatever, for Hillary Clinton, 34% said that was critically important in their decision to support Hillary Clinton, more than how their parents felt, what a shock, and more than what Bernie Sanders said. So I'm just curious, in closing, you were President Obama's first Homeland Security Secretary. As you reflect on the final weeks of his tenure, what do you think his legacy will be?
Too soon to tell his lasting legacy. You need to have time to let the sand settle to play that out. But the Obama coalition, the coalition of young people and people of all colors, and just the inclusiveness of the Obama coalition, turns out it still holds.
Well, Janet Napolitano, you're so nice to spend some time with us tonight. Thank you very much for talking with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again. Meanwhile, Evan Thomas is here. He joins us for the night, which we're very excited about. Evan is a really smart guy. He's a historian, journalist, and author, most recently of Being Nixon, A Man Divided. How many books have you written, by the way, Evan?
9.
9.
That's impressive.
Last year.
That is impressive. Anyway, thanks so much for joining us tonight. So, gosh, why don't you just wax poetic for a second, Evan, about this election and what it's been like for you to watch it unfold?
Well, I've been watching these for a long time because I'm 65, and
that's young, Evan.
it was scary.
Younger than you need to be a presidential candidate, apparently. You can't be a nominee. 65.
That's scary too, actually. These people are older than me. It's even scarier. But it's scary. Scary is the word that comes to my mind because I've never seen our institutions so stressed. I mean, if the numbers go the way they seem to be going and Trump loses, I guess it will be a victory for decency or common sense. You can say that. But what a close thing that if say, 40% or 45% voted for Donald Trump, that is an amazing working up to the edge of a cliff and almost jumping over. And it's a profound repudiation of the system. It's, we've had in history, we've had populist movements. You have to go back to 1896, but, William Jennings Bryan, I mean, if you go way back, you can find somebody who almost won, but you got to go pretty far back. We've had populist streaks. I mean, FDR, his party had a populist streak. Richard Nixon, he was good at getting disaffected and unhappy. But Richard Nixon had been vice president. He'd been a senator. He was a man of the establishment. He could play to those votes, but he was an establishment guy. FDR, of course, was very established. But the point is,
the Obama campaign was a populist movement.
That's true. That is true. And that was, in a way, a harbinger of something to come. And populism is not all. I'm not saying populism is bad. Populism can be healthy. Sometimes you need to sweep out the old and bring in the new. But to have so much anger and so much resentment and so much just disaffection and so much alienation so miserably is scary.
And what do you think are the underpinnings of this so divided country? Do you think it's sort of the income inequality, the demise of the middle class, the wage stagnation, changing from an industrial to a more technological society? I mean, what are sort of some of the factors that you have watched? I
think it's all those things, and the rich, poor, and all that's important. But just to take a wide swing out here, the 1960s were this incredible decade. Talk about scary decades. They were pretty scary. And one thing they did was they made all of us feel equal in front of the law. Men and women, blacks and whites, everybody suddenly is equal. We forget how recently it was that half the population, women, were disenfranchised. Blacks were disenfranchised. Basically, the country was run by 30% of the population. Up until about 1968, 30% of the population basically ran the country. So we did a wonderful thing. We gave everybody pretty much equal power, And then we gave them all, technology gave them equal megaphones. Everybody has their own Twitter account, and everybody can talk to everybody else. That should have been a wonderful thing, and I think it may still be a wonderful thing. But in our growing pains, instead of everybody having a big kind of kumbaya moment, let's come together, it didn't work that way. This is maybe a bad analogy, but think of a college dorm. In a modern college dorm, they bring in all these kids from all these different places, and you think, this is going to be great. They're going to get together and learn from each other. It doesn't really work that way in a college dorm. The little groups, the little cliques form, the jocks get together and fraternity sisters get together.
It's very
and all these little
right?
all these
Like-minded
tribes,
people, yeah, tribal.
Tribes. So we're going through a phase now, which is not this wonderful coming together of everybody equal. We're going through this thing where little tribes that only speak to each other and create an alternate kind of truth. That, to me, is a scary thing. Now, maybe we're on the way to something greater and better, but boy, it's a tough moment.
Well, and the scary thing about that is that there's no longer a referee. There used to be a referee. There used to be a sense that the media was out there, that they were sort of the truth barometer.
Or the moral authority,
exactly.
right? Of
somebody
saying what is true or false.
Right. Somebody challenging both sides and fact-checking. And there's this sense now among conservatives that everybody that's not Fox News, Rush Limbaugh, and Drudge cannot be trusted. And there's a sense on the other side that none of those sources can be trusted. So everybody's going to their own source for truth. And there's nobody who's the referee for any of it.
As a friend of mine said, people are looking for affirmation, not information.
Right.
So they start clicking on certain stories, so then they're fed similar stories, so they never hear an alternative point of view, right?
But at the same time, we're getting this great income and wealth disparity that's taking place, right? And so you have labor that's being displaced not just by jobs going overseas, but by robots and software and people who aren't able to have a lifestyle. I mean, even in the auto industry, I'm from Michigan, where the starting wage now is like $14 or $17 an hour, where it used to be in the 30s. So people are now faced with this, this big contraction about their wealth and concern about it. And when people don't think another pizza's coming out, they get real protective about the slice of the pie that they have. Right? And I think that at the same time that technology is doing these things that we're getting, there's an economic stress inside the country, and that those of us in the elites are not doing what it is we have to do to really show that there's a pathway out of distress for people who want to achieve in the country, so they have that opportunity.
I also
and
think
that's on us.
Don't you think there's a big disparity? Then I've got to actually, let me stop yabbing and tell you a little news. Georgia and Virginia are apparently too close to call, but there is a huge disparity in race, with African Americans and people of color in both states apparently voting for Hillary Clinton, and white voters in both Georgia and Virginia voting for Donald Trump. Also, 8 precincts in North Carolina are going to be open 90 minutes past the closing date time because of some kind of computer glitch. But anyway, what I was going to say is, what about sort of this whole notion, I keep thinking about rural versus urban, as more and more young people in particular migrate to cities. It seems to me that there is a big disparity in terms of people who live sort of in more rural areas or even in far-flung suburban areas and those who live in these urban centers. Has anybody else thought about that?
Well, we've been seeing that. I mean, that started really in the last 20 years we saw the exaggerated maps. I think 2000 was the first time we saw maps so bifurcated between urban and rural that you could basically figure out the color that it belonged to based on population density.
Right.
And it's become a staple of our politics. But that underlies, that is really a manifestation of the kind of economic realities that Jamal was talking about, the social realities that Evan's talking about, that, where you have the economic engine that drove regions of the country basically disappearing, and where you have groups who feel that they were left out of that social justice revolution, that they were actually the culprits, they're the enemies, and there's nothing for them at the end of it. You do have this significant resentment. And, you opened, Katie, tonight, and you said...
Can I interrupt for 2 seconds? Because I just want to correct this. It was too early, not too close. I apologize. Too early to call results in Virginia and Georgia. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That makes a little more sense.
I'm nervous a little bit there about Virginia.
Yeah, sorry. I meant too early.
When you opened tonight, you said kind of half ironically, we're tonight either going to elect our first woman president or our first billionaire reality star. But I mean, this is why I'm not as optimistic about, where we're headed. I've said for a long time, as Evan does, look, we're in the Wild West of this thing. We're seeing a huge technological and social transformation. Who knows where it'll be in 20 years? But I do think that all the factors we're talking about have created an exploitable vacuum in our politics that is fed by an entertainment-obsessed media. And I don't think we've seen the last billionaire, and I don't think we've seen the last celebrity, and I don't think we've seen the most successful candidate who operates outside the traditional two-party system. I think Donald Trump, win or lose tonight, is the beginning of a phenomenon that our parties have to grapple with, that we as a media have to grapple with, and that the society has to contend with.
But one of the things that Matt and I noted, I think it was following the third debate, how little there had been, what little conversation there was about this changing economy, about sort of the digital economy. And I've quoted this a million times, but I think it's so interesting. When you look at manufacturing job loss between 2000 and 2010, only 13% of those manufacturing jobs were lost because of trade. The vast majority were lost because of automation. And it's been amazing to me that neither candidate, it seems, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, has really addressed how we make this shift. And such little, very little money goes to retraining, you know, and that's kind of a...
Here's the dirty little secret. We came of age thinking that the government really could make a difference in the economy. You were talking about the president's economy, and we believed in the 50s and the 60s and 70s that Washington could direct the economy. That wasn't really true then.
My mom used to say the president doesn't make the economy. She'd say the economy makes the president.
And she was
Your mom
right.
was smart.
And your mom was smart, and it's even truer now. One reason why they don't talk about solutions is there aren't good solutions here. I mean, yes, job retraining, that would be great, but that's not going to solve the problem.
And that's never worked either.
It's never worked. And also,
no
you know, well, you mentioned trade. We could have all the tariffs and trade walls we want. That's only a small piece of the puzzle of jobs going away. Robots are a bigger factor than
well, and if you talk about white working class voters that have been disenfranchised and have gone to Trump, a big chunk of that wasn't because he had any substantive plan for bringing jobs back, but they looked at this guy who had the plane and had the TV show where he fired people, and he came out to money, 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 you know, and everybody looked at him as this.
Well, he was aspirational, right?
Right, and they never looked at, well, maybe I could have been successful if I had been, you know, given a few $1 million by my parents too. But they just looked at him as this symbol of success and said, well, it's better than what we've been doing for the last couple decades. Let's give it a try.
And one of the policy things you were just talking about, Evan, that we could sort of focus on, and Senator Mark Warner is somebody who is starting to pay attention to some of this stuff, right? Is you've got over 30% of the American population that is no longer, or is reporting some amount of self-earned income. And so they're either in the gig economy where they're, you know, at TaskRabbit or Uber or one of these companies.
Good word, Jamal.
or they are babysitters or housekeepers on the side or doing something else to earn as a consultant, right? But we don't have a benefit system that's structured for people who are not tethered to either a big company or to the government. And so we've got to find ways to allow people to move between all these little jobs they get and then have their own set of benefits that travel with them.
But that is first we got
to figure out how to govern so we can actually, you know, even begin to adjust. I mean, the reason that trade to answer your question, the reason that trade becomes the political lightning rod, even though it accounts, most economists will tell you, for something like a fifth of the actual economic displacement, is that it is the only piece of globalization that you get to vote on. You don't get to vote on robots. You don't get to vote on automation. You don't get to vote on jobs leaving for other reasons. You don't get to vote on how many guys get to put in a windshield at a factory versus how many it took 40 years ago. The one thing your representatives get to vote on, or you get to vote on the ballot box, is should we trade with other countries or should we not? It's the only controllable factor. And I think for that reason, it becomes the political touchstone.
There actually is one thing government could do that nobody wants to talk about. It could get its fiscal house in order. I mean, there's
a huge backlash against that.
Eventually, one day, we're going to have to do something about the fact that we are, you know, debt is just out of control and our deficits are out of control. You know, the theory always is you grow your way out of it. But we're not going to grow our way out of it at 1%. You know, we would grow our way out of it back in the good old days when it was 4%. But as long as our economy is growing at 1%, and
isn't it really 2.5%?
Well, but it ain't 4%. You know, it's not the historic rates that allowed us to spend willy-nilly and grow our way out of deficits. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face up to those deficits, and that's going to call on politicians to call for sacrifice. They hate doing that and cast votes that they just don't want to cast. So yes, there's something the government could do, but it's something that the government doesn't want to talk, or politicians don't want to talk about.
By the way, it is coming up on 7:30 Eastern Time. The polls have now closed in the key battleground states of North Carolina and Ohio and in West Virginia, which went to Bill Clinton in the 90s. But tonight, right now, we can call the state of West Virginia the Mountain State for Donald Trump. As we mentioned, some polling places in North Carolina are going to remain open, and cannot call Ohio. Although Donald Trump was doing exceedingly well there, wasn't he, before tonight? And in all likelihood...
Not exceedingly, but consistently, I think.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, he's had a very consistent lead in the polling.
Exceedingly. How many points ahead was he most recently?
Single
digits, but
yeah,
still
low
single digits. So it had tightened up a little bit because he was doing pretty well there.
I think in the last week, everything's been, between a couple of points and 5 or 6 points.
So we're going to go.
Ohio can surprise you. I mean, as can a lot of these states. But Ohio.
We're going to go to Bianna Golodryga because she's at Clinton headquarters and she has a guest, Brian Fallon, who is Hillary Clinton's press secretary, the campaign press secretary. Hi, Bianna. Tell Brian he's on.
Yeah, Brian is live television. He doesn't have an IFB, so he can't.
We're streaming. This isn't television, Bianna. We're streaming.
So be kind. He can't hear what you're saying. Brian's okay.
Nice, Katie.
With us. Yeah,
Thanks
be
for
nice, Katie. It's very early right now, but early exit polling.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back to
Democratic
we're going to have to go back to Bianna in a few minutes because, as I said, this isn't television and we're having some technical difficulties. So, tell me.
Somebody just turned on their microwave oven.
So Ohio, you say it could surprise us.
Well, I just generally look. I was telling this story earlier, but it's just I've been hearing all day about polling data and the wave, and Frank is very persuasive with the data. But I remember being in Ohio in 2004. It was one of these moments that saves you. And driving by the polling station with the lines around the block. Lines are always good for Democrats, right? It was like people in the ring around the city. It was still technically Columbus, and everybody was voting. And the people with me were Democrats. Were saying, "Look at that line. We're going to kill them here in 2004." And I went and actually talked to people in the line, and it turned out they were all ex-urban Republicans who'd come after work, and the Democrats had all voted already. And we've generated a whole industry of exit polling, the polling in this election. I mean, literally, I saw an email from the Democratic Senate committee a couple days ago that was based on Nate Silver's site saying this morning we were up by 4, but now we're up by 2. It was literally a 3-hour cycle. So, we are vastly overconfident about what we know based on on pseudoscience, and I think states can surprise you. In Ohio, in particular, I've spent enough time there to know it can be very hard.
And our polls pretty, I don't know, I don't want to say inaccurate, but haven't they come into questions in terms of how accurate they are, Jamal, in terms of people not having landlines and people having cell phones and online polling and all that?
How you put the sample together matters. Are there enough young people, African Americans, Latinos? All that matters. And then remember, there's margin of error in polls. So very often we look at a poll number and we think it's static, but the reality is is a pretty wide variance in the poll that we have in front of us.
But that said, if you look at 2012 and you look at, maybe not one individual poll, but if you look at the collective polls that were done, in the final week of the campaign, most of those polls showed President Obama winning, and he ultimately did win. And they were pretty close to the number that he won by. In the primaries, they were very, very accurate. Most of the polls showed, starting in Labor Day of last year, showed Donald Trump leading. A lot of pundits like myself thought at the end of the day the Republican electorate was not going to nominate this guy. That's not what the data said. The data showed him pretty consistently strong and leading strongly.
In a field fractured with 15 candidates, which had it thinned out a little sooner, that would have been a very different reality.
But as we got into each of the individual contests, they were pretty accurate. So this notion that there's this big surprise and that there's going to be this giant swing is unusual.
Right, it's more trend lines. But like Nate Silver was showing, I think, 72% chance or something, I think, of Hillary Clinton winning, and that was much lower than a lot of other polling data. Why are you smiling at me like that?
Well, because how
do you come up with that?
Yeah, I have my own feelings about that science that they do.
It's a little like those rankings that come out, graduate schools, and it's like, the top 20 law schools. Number 4 might be worse than number 3, but somebody's created a formula which might point to that. But on any given day, you might get a better education at number 3 than number 4 than number 3. At a certain point, you can try to slice the data, in ways that it doesn't necessarily go. And I think when you start assigning percentage chances to wins or losses, you're kind of there.
And the voters will surprise you. I mean, it just happens sometimes.
Particularly in this election. I mean, I think this election, I recognize where everyone feels it's going right now. But I think there's significant questions about who Donald Trump voters are. Are they motivated to wait in line for hours and hours? Is the Latino vote what we think it's going to be? I mean, there are multiple ways in which this electorate could surprise us because the nature of our politics is changing in ways that we can't just point to previous elections and say it's just like this.
Right. The electoral map is changing so much, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But let's go. I think we're going to go to John Ward, aren't we, you guys? Hi, John. How are you?
I'm good, Katie. How are you doing?
I know that, well, by the way, for those of you who don't know, John is our senior political correspondent, and he's going to be keeping us up to date on the key down-ballot races. And I understand you have some news out of... By the way, I like your glasses, John.
Oh, well, thank you.
Are those
he
new?
didn't have a tie when I saw him earlier either.
Are those new?
They are new.
I like them.
Newish, thanks.
Newish. All right. So I hear you have some news from the Buckeye State. Is that true?
Yeah, we have a call out of Ohio where Senator Rob Portman has won re-election, which is not surprising. A lot of people expected that. He was well ahead. It is interesting, though, since he was a U.S. trade representative under President Bush, huge proponent of free trade, but he was able to run an outstanding campaign. He put former Governor Rod Strickland away a long time ago.
Really? Was it a long time ago? Because he was struggling at one point, wasn't he, John?
Well, by Memorial Day, this race was over. I mean, over the summer, they were neck and neck around the time of the convention. But Portman really put him away early. Strickland did not run a great campaign.
Yeah, I remember I interviewed him about all the work that he was doing with heroin addiction in his state. Did that seem to really resonate, those efforts with voters?
Yeah, Portman did. He made that a big focus. He also kind of agreed with Trump on some trade issues. But I think, Portman is a real policy guy. I've even heard people mention his name as a potential presidential candidate in 2020.
And what else are you seeing? Anything else you can tell us about in terms of Senate races or House races?
Yeah, I think the top line sort of note to remember here, to point out about the Senate races, is that this election cycle, the Senate races were overshadowed by the presidential election in a way that is kind of almost unprecedented, and in particular by Donald Trump. And so in a lot of these races, how the Republican candidate danced with whether or not they were going to support Donald Trump really played a big role. So the numbers are, right, 50 to 46 is the Republican majority. Democrats need 4 if they're going to tie, in which case, if Clinton wins, Vice President Kaine would be the tiebreaker. If Trump were somehow to pull this out, Democrats would need 5. There's about 8 battleground races. 3 of those look completely gone. Illinois looks like Tammy Duckworth, a Purple Heart recipient, is going to be the senator there. In Nevada, Joe Heck, the Republican, looks like he's been just kind of swept out by the Reid machine. And Wisconsin, I talked to a Republican official earlier who said that he's no longer in the margin of error. So those 3 look gone. Democrats now need to get 2 from the remainder 5. So in New Hampshire, Kelly Ayotte is really neck and neck. I think we're going to be watching that very, very late. In Pennsylvania, Pat Toomey, the incumbent there, here's probably the most entertaining factoid about any of these races. Pat Toomey has been trying to avoid saying whether he would support Donald Trump or not this entire race. And today he said he would not vote until 6:45 p.m. right before polls close so that nobody could get mad at him for his decision.
Did he say that, or did he just say he wasn't going to vote until that time?
No, I think that came out earlier that he was going to vote late in the day. The other other races are in Indiana, Missouri, and North Carolina. Republicans feel okay about them, but you got to watch New Hampshire and Pennsylvania.
All right. Well, we're excited that you're going to be watching them for us and giving us the skinny on these races, John. So we'll talk to you in a minute, but we're going to go back to Beyond at Clinton headquarters, where I think we've cleared up our technical difficulties. Hey, Beyond, I think you've lost Brian Fallon, but I'm sure you had a nice chat with him. What did he have to say?
I did. Brian had a lot to say. They're very enthusiastic about what they're seeing as far as early exit polling results. He talked about what you and Frank Luntz were talking about, and you and your guests as well. Temperament really playing a role, and a decisive role for voters going to the polls. I asked him about a statistic I read today suggesting from the exit polling saying that voters had already, for the majority of the voters, had already made up their mind coming into tonight over the past month. So whether or not Comey's last-minute revisit of Hillary Clinton's email made an impact on these voters is to be determined, but that would be seen as positive news for the Hillary Clinton camp as well. I asked him about the symbolism. If we can pan up, and the building where we're in, this isn't just a typical convention hall, Katie. This is the Jacob Javits Center. I'm surrounded by glass. Hillary Clinton really highlighting this time around the fact that she would make history, that she would be the first female president of the United States. Many other countries around the world have already achieved that feat. The United States has not. History has already happened by the fact that we have a female presidential candidate of a major party. So behind me, you will see the stage where you'll see the map of the U.S., where Hillary Clinton, the podium where she'll be standing tonight. She, as we hear, has two speeches prepared, a victory speech and a concession speech. She's watching the results come in just about a mile and a half from here at the Peninsula Hotel. In over 70 years, we haven't had both candidates from the city and the state of New York. Both are just within blocks of each other watching results come in. But as Hillary Clinton even said last night, she felt sorry for the vitriol and some of the language that had come out of the past year and a half. It's been a year and a half since she first announced her candidacy. At that time, according to the New York Times at least, 81% of Democrats said that they would consider voting her and would likely vote for her. No one saw that the hiccup in the road and the bump in the road in the form of Bernie Sanders and the impact that he would have on her campaign, and of course the vitriol that we did see ensue with regards to her and Donald Trump. But as we heard from Brian Fallon, they are optimistic about the early results that they're seeing right now and from exit polling, and they're optimistic that their candidate will in fact make history tonight. Katie?
Deanna, thanks so much. We'll be talking to you in a few minutes, I'm sure, checking in with you throughout the evening. But right now, we're going to check in with Stephanie Tsai. She's at Donald Trump's election night headquarters, just a few blocks away at the Midtown Hilton Hotel. So, Stephanie, hi. Tell us, set the scene for us there.
Hey, Katie. Well, you should have saved up some of your spaghetti bolognese because there's no food here. There is a bar that I'm standing in front of, and the crowd is starting to drink. So I'm wondering if at some point they need to feed these people or they'll just be wasted in an hour and a half. All right, we are live at the Trump election party. I wasn't really sure what to expect here, but I just want to draw the contrast between the massive Trump rallies and this. First of all, the elephant in the room. We are not at Trump Tower. We are at a Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan, just 4 blocks from Trump Tower, where I understand candidate Trump is watching TV, drinking Diet Coke with his family, and watching the returns. What is happening here is some Trump surrogates have arrived. This is an invitation-only event, so what we're seeing is donors, we're seeing friends of Trump, and it's a relatively diverse crowd. Again, I wasn't sure what to expect. Some people that I told that I was going to be reporting from Trump headquarters suggested that I wear a flak jacket, given the number of attacks on the press by Trump supporters and by Trump himself. It doesn't feel like that. It's actually a really convivial atmosphere. It's pretty chill. There have been small bursts of applause for the 3 states that Trump has already won. Of course, you've called them Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia, all expected. We're starting to see more and more people arrive here. Another interesting thing, you can see the stage behind me. Eventually at that podium will be one of 2 Trumps, either President-elect Donald Trump or a defeated Donald Trump. He is flanked, and this is a little bit strange, I think, by 2 small glass boxes, and in those glass boxes are Trump hats, just the Make America Great Trump hats that he's been passing out on the campaign trail, but they almost look like museum pieces in here. This is also a relatively small room compared to what I'm hearing from Bianna at the Javits Center. This is largely, I'd say, 50% press right now, national press, local press, us, and for the most part, the area for the audience and for supporters of Trump is relatively small. So again, a relatively sedate and subdued event for now. Of course, anticipation is building as more returns come in. And they have, by the way, the big screens tuned to Fox News and not us.
Oh,
Katie?
Well, Stephanie, I wanted to ask you, that's no surprise there, but I wanted to ask you about whether Mr. Trump has written both an acceptance speech or and a concession speech, because there's been so much discussion about the fact that he may not concede. He's been sort of dodgy when asked that question. What are you hearing from his surrogates about that?
Yeah, he certainly hasn't admitted to writing a concession speech. And in fact, I heard an interview with him just a few hours ago that he gave to Fox News, in which on the phone he again used that word that we've heard over and over again in this election from him, which is that the system is rigged. And he pointed out his concern about potential ballot irregularities. As you know, earlier today he filed a lawsuit in Nevada challenging votes in Clark County, which is, you know, the Las Vegas county, the county where Las Vegas is in. And he said that some of the early voters should have been shouldn't have counted because they extended early voting hours beyond the deadline on Friday. The judge in that case threw it out. But he's very aggressively, I think, already showing that he may indeed question the results, at least if they're close. I mean, he has said that before in the third debate. He said that he wouldn't necessarily accept the results unless, you know, later on his surrogate said unless it was decisive. Well, what does that mean? That is a big question tonight.
All right, Stephanie, thanks so much. Try to scrounge up some food, and we'll check in with you later. Thanks so much, Stephanie. And don't drink too much on an empty stomach, by the way. Now joining us, we have two people who really helped open America's eyes this year to the struggles of the white working class, a demographic that is expected to go heavily for Donald Trump today. They are also two people who were part of our Series 16 in 2016, two of the 16 people who helped shape this election. J.D. Vance is a former Marine and now an investment manager in San Francisco, the author of the hugely successful book, Hillbilly Elegy. And Bo Copley is a West Virginian who lost his job at a coal company at a campaign event back in May. He got a lot of attention for confronting Hillary Clinton, who had said a lot of coal miners were going to be, quote unquote, put out of business. Let's watch that exchange and part of his interview from our series.
When you make comments like, we're going to put a lot of coal miners out of jobs, these are the kind of people that you're affecting. This is my family. And while my hope is in God, that's my future. I want my family to know that they have a future here in this state, because this is a great state.
What did she say when you showed her pictures of your children?
Just that I have a beautiful family, and that she intends to fight for people like us with our family, and that we have something going forward. But I think that's lost on a lot of people in this region.
Bo and J.D., thank you both so much for coming in. Really appreciate it. So how are you feeling on this election day, Bo?
A little overwhelmed. It's a little different experience than anything I've been a part of, being invited to be here and the attention that me and my family have garnered. It's overwhelming, but it's something that I think God has prepared me for in a way that I wouldn't think that He would. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to be able to do this.
Do you feel like you're speaking on behalf of so many people like you, not only in the state of West Virginia, but other states across the country?
I've struggled with that. I've had a lot of people tell me that I was, and I don't really feel that way a lot of times, but I've had a lot of people say, you've represented us well, and I appreciate that. And so it's been an honor to be able to have people tell me that.
It seems like you weren't particularly impressed with your encounter with Hillary Clinton. Did she say anything or give you any reason to have faith in her?
Well, she's done this for a long time. You know, she's made quite a career in politics, and I know she has plans going forward. I know part of her comments to us was that she has a financial plan laid out to where to bring jobs into our region and to take care of us. But the problem that a lot of us have is how long will it take for those jobs to come in? How long is it going to take to get those jobs going? And there's no guarantee that people like myself will get those jobs.
In fact, I remember during the interview with Bianna, you talked about 2, 3, 4 years. You have 3 kids, as we saw, 3 adorable kids. We're here tonight helping us color our map of the United States, but they're 7, 4, and 2. Mm-hmm. So you lost your job when, Bo?
September the 18th of 2015.
And so what has life been like for you? I'm sure it's incredibly anxiety-producing and worrisome for you with your wife and your 3 children.
Well, a lot of people in my situation have felt that anxiety. Honestly, I've not been as anxious or as nervous as a lot of people in our region. I've never put my faith in the company that I worked for. My faith is in God. We attend our church. We pay our tithes. We try to give as charitable as possible, and we believe in God's faithfulness. And He has proven faithful. My wife has a small business. She's a professional photographer, Charlie Lifestyle Photography, and she does a phenomenal job. And things have really opened up for her in this time, and He sustained us through her. And so, in a time where it would be very bleak to the outside, for us, it's not been as bad. It's given me an opportunity to be able to stay home. Working for coal companies, 11, 12, 13-hour days for a lot of people, you miss a lot of time with 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 7-year-olds. And I've been able to spend more time with them, attend more school functions, things like that. So honestly, in a time that to us the enemy is meant for destruction, I think God has proven Himself faithful and actually turned it into a blessing for us.
So are you okay in terms of, obviously it sounds like it's great that your wife has been so busy and able to compensate, I guess, somewhat for your lost income. What are you going to be doing in terms of trying to find more work, or are you comfortable just letting her be the breadwinner for now?
Well, I'm not comfortable in that completely, but we are at a point where we feel like the Lord is telling me to wait, and waiting not just for her, but to wait for the right opportunity, that He's going to open the right type of door. We've looked into several different things, possibly going back to school to maybe get a teaching degree and do things of that nature. But really, I just feel like He's asking me to wait for Him.
What about retraining program? We were talking about how retraining isn't necessarily the answer for people like you who have found themselves out of work with this changing economy. But are there any programs that might be helpful to you in terms of learning a new skill that might, be government subsidized or that you can be a part of?
Well, there are. I know that we're eligible through the UMWA for a grant of up to like $5,000, but you know as well as I do, you can't get a complete new career, a career's worth of training on $5,000. So there are some opportunities out there for that, but it's just not something that I feel like I'm led by the Lord, and I want to do what He wants me to do. So we are kind of just waiting on Him to point me in the right direction. Then we'll pursue those avenues once we know that we're going in the direction that He wants us to go in.
JD, your book really did put a spotlight on families like the Copleys and on other families all across the country. Why do you think that the struggles of the working class, that people were not as tuned into those struggles as they should have been or might have been?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it gets down to the geographic segregation. A lot of folks, so-called coastal elites, that's what we call them back home, they're very segregated from the areas of the country that I live in and that folks like me live in. And so it's very easy to miss that a lot of people are struggling when you don't see them every day, when you don't really hear about their problems. I think that's really the source of this, is that we as a country don't necessarily spend a whole lot of time around each other, so it's very easy to miss that there are a lot of folks who are struggling.
Tell us the main thesis of your book for people who have not read it. By the way, you've sold a lot of books, JD, so congratulations on that. But talk about sort of the things that you talk about. I know a lot of it is about your personal experience growing up in Ohio, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely, it's sort of the problems as I see them of the white working class viewed through the family lens of my personal history and my family. And the thesis of the book is that the economy has not been especially kind to these areas, whether it's coal miners or steel mill workers in southern Ohio, that people have been hit especially hard by the regional economy, but also that in some ways folks haven't responded in the best way socially, religiously, culturally to some of those problems. And so, we were talking before we came on about the opioid epidemic, the heroin epidemic, and it's really about how some of these problems that I see as fundamentally cultural and spiritual have really moved in the wake of some of these economic problems. And that's what really worries me. The lack of jobs definitely bothers me. The fact that people can't find good incomes really bothers me. But the fact that in response to that, so many people are doing heroin, so many families are breaking apart, that's what really concerns me.
I read that the highest suicide rate is among white men who are over the age of 50. Sure. And then you think about the heroin addiction that's ravaging these communities. Bo, have you seen that a lot in your area?
Yes, we've had a lot of bouts in some areas close to home there that are really seeing the heroin epidemic really hard right now, and it's hard to watch. You have family members possibly that are on drugs. You see families that are tore apart by it, and it's just I think it hits everywhere, but especially like he said, when you have regions that economically have struggles, you see these things tend to move in as a way to cope.
And so, do you feel, JD, that the government has just not been particularly interested or slow to recognize some of these social problems that have stemmed from this economic disparity or alienation, if you will, or decline in jobs in general?
Sure. It's definitely been slow to recognize that these problems exist. And as you guys mentioned, jobs and retraining programs, those are important. They're maybe relatively limited, but they're certainly better than nothing. And what strikes me when I look at the regional economies that have been hit so hard by the decline in manufacturing and so forth, it's that it took a presidential election to get us to really talk about these problems, but the writing has been on the wall for much longer. It's been on the wall, the writing's been on the wall for at least a decade, where you've seen these declining wages, the joblessness, some of the social problems that I talk about. So it's definitely a problem that Washington elites need to wake up to. I think it's especially a problem, frankly, that Republican elites need to wake up to, because, whether the Republican elites like it or not, they are now the party of the white working class, and they've got to do better by those folks.
And why do you think that segment of the population has responded so much to Donald Trump? I mean, you are a Donald Trump supporter, correct, Bo? And what is it about Donald Trump that makes you feel that he has a more promising policy or more promising policy ideas than, say, Hillary Clinton does for people in your situation?
Well, I think the economic part appeals to a lot of people. But for myself, the appointment of Supreme Court justices was huge in garnering my vote. My family is a pro-life family, and the term liberal, I don't want to see people take liberties with the Constitution of the United States. I want someone to look at that. I think our founding fathers were smart people. I think they had a lot of foresight that I think a lot of people in our country lack today, and I would like to see people adhere to it more closely than what they have in the past.
And what about you, JD? What as you've watched Donald Trump really connect with some of these voters? I mean, it is an unlikely kind of merger of a billionaire who comes in on a helicopter and is on a television show and has
It's about a half mile from here at the Hilton in Manhattan.
But has a three-story apartment with gilded everything, and the fact that he's been able to connect with working class voters. How do you explain it?
So the way that I think about it is, think about the Republican debate stage when there were 10 candidates up there, and we were talking a little bit earlier about Ben Carson, who's another outsider that was very popular in this region of the country. But the Republicans who were standing up on that debate stage were fundamentally offering the same things, the same narrative, and the same policies that Republicans had offered for 20 or 30 years to the white working class. And folks felt, I think rightfully so, that those policies hadn't necessarily worked. Maybe that some of them were good ideas, maybe some of them were bad ideas, but they were hearing the same thing, but what they really wanted was a course correction. So even though Trump is obviously not necessarily a relatable figure if you grew up in a region of the country that I grew up in, What he did offer is a promise that he would take the country in a new direction. He would do things that Republican elites hadn't done. He would often criticize bombastically the people who you felt had screwed up the country. And that's something that a lot of folks wanted, and I don't think it's that surprising that a lot of folks wanted that.
But do you think it was manipulative at all? I mean, in other words, know your audience and tell them what they want to hear so
Isn't
you
that
can
what
have...
all politics is?
Yeah.
I mean, our entire country is divided. Visiting the 9/11 memorial today, it helped me to go back to the moments after 9/11 and remember how united this country was and how everyone loved each other. And we're so far away from that right now. This country is completely divided, left and right, and you have two candidates that are on polar opposites of each other. And I think the majority of the people would like to see someone who could govern right down the middle, but really...
Our primary system makes that tough, doesn't it, Matt? I mean, to have...
You're singing my tune now. Yeah, I mean, that's not the system we have. It might have been, I think there was a time in the country, if you go back to the 1950s or 1960s, probably in a primary process, created necessarily a candidate who was reflective of the broader electorate. Because most people were joiners. Most people were civic-minded, and most people belonged to political parties, and they voted in primaries. But when you see a statistic like the one I talked about before, where fewer than 1 in 10 Americans actually got into the primary process and voted for one of these two candidates, there is a disconnect in the process from where the broader electorate is. And what it does is, because if you talk to political science, they say, well, people are all Republicans or Democrats. They always vote the same way. So don't let them tell you they're undecided or they're independents. But listen, to what you're hearing. I mean, if you have to choose every time between the candidate who can reflect your religious beliefs and a candidate who actually talks about expanding economic programs in your area, right? If you are pushed one way or the other because the division in the two parties in the candidates that the two parties are giving you are so pronounced, then I think I think most voters are pushed into the same camp over and over because maybe they have an overriding concern like Supreme Court justices and religious belief, but that doesn't mean that they're voting for candidates who they feel reflect broadly their view of what leadership ought to be in the country.
Yeah, we're going to continue this conversation in a moment, but it's just after 8 o'clock here in the East, and we're continuing our election coverage here on Yahoo. And it means that time has completely run out for voters in 16 new states, plus Washington, D.C., probably the most important state being Florida. But we can make calls right now for Clinton in New Jersey, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Massachusetts. And for Donald Trump, we can call Oklahoma. So there you
What
have
have we learned?
So let's take a look at the electoral map at this early hour if we can.
Get those kids drawing.
Yes, that's right. We should check in with our kids, by the way. Do you guys have a camera on them? Are they working away? Because we've just
Somebody
given them
find Oklahoma. It's going to take a while.
We've just
They're
given them
gonna prove
a
his whole
few more
point about
states to
coastal
color in. So tell them to get busy. Hi, Brittany. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me, Brittany?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi. So you got the kids busy coloring, huh?
Yes, we are this whole big group just came in.
That's right. You got 5 states to color blue right now and 1 new state to color red. So we'll check in with you later. I know Matt's kids are in there.
My son's head right there.
Really? Is that your son's head? Matt's kids have the coolest hair of the group. Your daughter has like pink hair, and your son has kind of a mohawk thing happening.
Yeah, I'm a very bad parent.
No, you're not.
But,
you're letting them express themselves.
I'm good at some things, so, if I can't do that.
I have to ask, Bo, I'm just curious, obviously you're a person of really deep and profound faith, and I'm wondering if you ever had... if you ever felt conflicted about supporting Donald Trump, because I know some evangelicals, at least some evangelical leaders in this country, did not feel comfortable with him for various reasons. Maybe it was his talk in that bus on that Access Hollywood tape, or the way he talked about other sort of, different people, whether you're talking about people with disabilities or Latinos or immigrants or Syrians, whatever. But I'm curious if that ever gave you pause in terms of reconciling those things with your faith.
It did. Honestly, with the electoral system the way that it is, I knew very early he would win our state, hands down. And I felt like that freed me up to vote my conscience or vote the way that I felt God was telling me to lead, or that he was leading me. And for a very long time, I thought, well, I can write someone in or I can do something different because I know the outcome of my state. But as we pressed forward, actually, I think it was just prior to the third debate, I just felt like God was telling me there's more at stake and there's more, I know there's more options, but one of these two people was going to be our president, regardless of how we liked it or not. And even though the crude talk and the things that we've become accustomed to hearing from Donald Trump, you know, I used to work for a coal mine. Whether I like it or whether I find it acceptable, I've heard that kind of talk a lot. And so I'm not very comfortable with those kind of issues, but I just felt like the Supreme Court issue was tops for me. You know, we're not electing religious leaders. You know, neither one of these two people are perfect. Far from it. Neither one of these two people are godly people. And it just came down to you have to make a choice of who more closely aligns with God's word than the other. And you know, just on the abortion aspect alone. Whether anyone in this day and time is actually going to appoint someone and overturn how we view abortion in this country, I like the chances of it happening better with someone who says they're going to elect conservative Supreme Court justices versus someone who is staunchly for abortion.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, of course.
If Donald Trump doesn't win tonight, and he goes out there and gives a speech that we watch and hear very, very close by at the Hilton, what do you want him to say? What do you want to hear from him? And if he doesn't accept the results of the election in the way that, you know, to which we're accustomed in the country, will that disappoint you?
Knowing who Donald Trump is, I would expect there to be some pushback. I don't think he's a person who takes losing very well. But honestly, regardless of who wins tonight, I will be praying for the winner. We've moved far away from God in our country for the most part. And I think our foundation on God is what made our country great to start with. And I think a lot of Christians, myself included, I've taken myself to task lately because I didn't pray for President Obama the way that I should have. Whoever leads this nation is the face of this nation, and that's someone who needs prayer every day. And personally, my call would be for every Christian in the nation to pray for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, whoever would win tonight, to, you know, God can use unjust people to do his will. He has throughout time. And whoever wins tonight, he can use them the same way.
JD, I wanted to ask you, just in closing, what can be done to bridge this economic, cultural, and geographic chasm that we see? And what would you know, it's interesting because you grew up in Eastern Ohio. Your mom...
Southwestern Ohio.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. I have Eastern. But Southwestern Ohio, and your mom was addicted to drugs. Your father was an absentee father, right? You had a very, very tough upbringing. But then you crossed a cultural divide of your own. You went from Appalachia to Yale Law School and the investment world in San Francisco. I know you wrote that sometimes your life today feels like a spaceship crash landed in Oz. So you have seen both sides, because I guess you might be considered elitist today, right?
I hope not.
So how, well, I mean, I think you might be, because everyone seems to make generalizations about everybody else,
Of
right?
course. No, that's
so how do you bridge this divide between people like Bo and people like you, who is in the investment business in San Francisco now?
Yeah, well, this is maybe going to sound trite, but one of the things that this election season has taught me is that the tone and the rhetoric of our political leaders really does have a downstream effect on how we interact with each other and how our culture relates to itself. And my sense is that the very first thing that any new president should do is basically start on a tone of really radical humility, to start off and say, look, I know you didn't necessarily vote for me or like me, but we just need to respect that a lot of people don't think the way that we do, and we have to have some compassion, some recognition for the fact that they're struggling, whether Trump is the president or whether Hillary Clinton is the president. I think that recognition that I didn't come to this office because I'm so great. I came to this office because a lot of Americans were frustrated at my opponent. would be a really good start to having this sort of conversation at the very top of our culture that may have really positive downstream effects so that we can start to bridge some of this divide.
As long as they stay off Twitter, right?
As long as they stay off Twitter.
So a little humility and a little civility, but you know, it's pretty hard because the genie's sort of out of the bottle. So how do you put it back in?
I mean, JD makes a really great point. You know, Ken Griffey Jr. came up to the major leagues in whatever it was, the early 1990s or late 80s, and turned his hat backward, remember? And everybody said, how can he do that? It's crazy. No one's ever turned their hat backward on a Major League Baseball field. And within 18 months to 2 years, every kid on every playground in America was turning his hat backward. These things do filter down, what we see on TV, what we hear in the discourse. And I think Donald Trump has had a reverberating effect on our social fabric to the point, I think to the point where it has exacerbated a crisis that if Hillary Clinton is elected president tonight, she will have to deal with in some way.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that Donald Trump has definitely had a negative effect. But Hillary Clinton, of course, hasn't been perfect either, right? The basket of deplorables comment, I think, felt to a lot of people back home that it was targeted directly.
It's the whole
at
generation, if you ask me. Don't get me started.
But I think that both of them could do a lot of good work if they just tried to repair some of the tears that exist in our national fabric.
Well, I hope that happens for everyone's sake. Bo, Copley, thanks so much for coming by. J.D. Vance, again. Hillbilly Elegy, congratulations on the success of your book. Really appreciate your being here. Now, you all get out there and help them color, Bo.
I'll leave that to the kids. They're better colorers than I am.
Okay. Thanks so much for coming by. We really, really appreciate it. And we want to announce, by the way, that Marco Rubio has been reelected to the Senate, beating his Democratic challenger, Patrick Murphy. Boy, that was a twisted road to re-election for Marco Rubio, right?
I mean, that you can basically say, I hate this job. I hate this job. I really don't want it. It's garbage, and then come back a few months later and I'll take the job. But by the way, I won't promise to keep doing it because everyone in the world knows I'm going to go off and run for president. And not only has he won, but we'll find out later tonight if he won with ticket splitters because he may have won in a state that Hillary Clinton could well carry before the night's over.
Rubio is a shapeshifter. I mean, one thing that's just always distinguished him as a politician is his ability.
I was going to say, you don't mean that as a compliment, or do you?
I mean it as a compliment as a politician. Great politicians have to be able to do that. He takes that and bends it a little bit too far in my book, but his adaptability is legendary.
All right, we want to mention that we can call South Carolina now for Donald Trump, which is no big head scratcher. That was anticipated, right, Matt?
So far, the low-hanging fruit is coming off the tree.
Right, we got a lot of states that we're waiting to hear from, namely, really some key states like Florida.
Well, New Hampshire, Florida, and Virginia are all in that Eastern time zone.
That's
and all of those will tell us a lot about what's happening tonight.
All right, but first, before we get to that, Mike Isikoff is our chief investigative correspondent, and he's in the newsroom with a special guest. Hey, Mike.
Thanks, Katie. I'm here with Ann Coulter, political commentator, author of In Trump We Trust, and one of Donald Trump's biggest supporters. Welcome, Ann.
Thank you. Good to be here.
When I invited you a couple of weeks ago to come here, you were concerned that you might have to slit your wrists tonight. How are you holding up at this point?
Well, you're lucky I like you because I just said I'd prefer to be home watching a movie or sleeping and just tune in at 10 p.m. to find out what happened. Because nothing is really a surprise so far.
Well, more than half the vote is in from North Carolina, and Clinton is up by over 100,000. She's holding on to a lead in Florida. Both states that Trump has to take.
Right. I'd rather just tune in and find out whether or not he took them.
Do you, as you're looking at these returns, do you see a path to victory at this point?
Sure. Same as always. Check back in an hour or so.
Okay, we will check
By
back.
the way, I was talking to Matt Drudge on the way here, and he said if Clinton wins, he's looking forward to working with you again on the future scandals.
I haven't talked to Mr. Drudge in decades. But look, right now, it is pretty steep for Donald Trump. And
it's been steep from the beginning. It's been steep for any Republican.
Right, but if he does not prevail,
right.
People are going to look back and say it was the harsh rhetoric on immigration, which you encouraged, the harsh rhetoric on Muslims, which you encouraged, and are you going to take some responsibility for the defeat of the Republican candidate tonight?
I disagree with every single part of that sentence.
Okay.
Who people will blame. I think they will blame the Republican establishment who say, oh, Donald Trump can never win, and then they do everything they can to prevent him from winning. Well, no, we thought you were going to sit back and be neutral observers, not put your hand on the scale. When you have all of these prominent Republicans, not only proudly announcing that they're not voting for Trump, but continuing to announce him and do interviews. No, they are the ones who are going to be blamed. And the second part I disagree with is this harsh rhetoric. You know, I keep waiting to hear for Khizr Khan, this horrible insult that just gets repeated over and over. Well, he insulted the Gold Star family. I'm still waiting for the quote of how he insulted him. And perhaps, as an investigative reporter, you can produce that quote for me, because I'm dying to hear what this brutal quote was.
Before we get there, I'll give you a piece of good news. We're calling Tennessee for Trump.
Again,
not a surprise.
I'd rather be asleep and wake up and get the final results.
Okay. But look, clearly there were things Donald Trump said that turned a lot of people off, including Republicans who wanted to support him. Describing a American-born judge from Indiana as a Mexican and suggesting he can't be fair because of his ethnic heritage.
Okay, stop.
Something
Stop. Now I'm going to respond to that, because I don't want you to go through a list of things, every which one I'm going to disagree with.
But something that Paul
You're already
Ryan
admitting the Muslim
described
Gold Star
as-
father. You're conceding that one unless you're
I'm not
producing the
conceding anything,
insult.
but
Well, then
I'm
what
just-
was the insult?
Criticizing.
No, what was the
parents
quote? If it was such a,
of-
all I hear is he insulted him. I've
Didn't
never
he-
heard what the insult was.
Didn't he suggest that the mother of the Gold Star hero, and you've called him a hero, who died in Iraq, wasn't allowed to talk because of her religion? And then the next day, she was talking freely on the air. So he was clearly wrong. He was suggesting that the Muslim heritage of this family somehow delegitimized them in the national discussion.
Okay, and the question was the harsh rhetoric, these horrible things that turned people off. What he said was Captain Khan was a hero. He said to the father, I wish him luck. He's clearly upset, but we really have a problem here. And I said I would have liked to have heard from his wife. That's the harsh rhetoric. So this is the sort of lies Trump has been up against. And so I do think people are going to blame the media, blame the establishment Republicans who did everything they could to stop him. But he's raised issues that aren't going away. And what was the second part of the question? Harsh rhetoric.
Do you take any
those are the two parts. I neither
responsibility?
agree with the claim that there was harsh rhetoric. Oh, no, you came up with another part of harsh rhetoric that was also false.
Judge Curiel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've spent I'm, as you know, used to be a practicing lawyer. My entire life, all I've heard from the Supreme Court is that all white juries can't be trusted. We have Supreme Court cases on that. Trump gets bad rulings.
So federal judges
Still
of
talking,
Latino
still making my
heritage
point.
shouldn't be
Trump
trusted?
gets some unfair rulings. When the entire media is telling us all people of Mexican heritage hate Donald Trump and are going to vote against him, and he says the same thing the Supreme Court says about being able to fairly judge, or I might add Sonia Sotomayor, who's going to bring a specific perspective as being a Latina to being a Supreme Court judge.
So you don't think there's anything that Donald Trump said or did in this campaign that turned off a segment of the electorate that might be responsible for what is looking like a defeat right now?
Yes, I think when he said he's going to eliminate the tax loophole for hedge fund managers, whoa, that ticked off Wall Street. I think when he said he wants to build a wall and stop dumping low-wage workers on the country, that upset all of the fancy people in Manhattan because they may have to pay their nannies more and they won't be able to walk around proclaiming their virtue. And the Koch brothers, they totally want the cheap labor and the fake virtue. And when he said he wants to have fair trade deals, that upset, again, Wall Street, because they make a lot of money on these international deals and big international organizations to arrange something like World Trade Organization or NAFTA.
You had a tweet
That's who's against him.
You had a tweet this week that got a lot of attention and caused a lot of controversy. I think we have it here. I just want to read it. If only people with at least 4 grandparents born in America were voting Trump would win in a 50-state landslide. What did you mean by that?
What the reaction to this is the most amazing display of political correctness. We talk all day long. If we wait 10 seconds, we will see.
I mean, are you serious?
No, still talking.
Suggesting
MSNBC and CNN talk about how the Hispanic vote is going, how the black vote is going, how the Muslim vote is going, how the women's vote is going. I comment on a demographic that is so hated that merely stating something, I am called every name in the book. That's one demographic you can't even state something about.
So are you suggesting, though, that people whose grandparents were not born in this country should not be permitted to vote?
No, did I say that?
Okay, good.
Did I say that? Or is that what they're saying?
Clarification.
No, we have no progress, but maybe we have progress for you, not for me. Okay. Is that what they're suggesting when they talk about how the Hispanic vote is going?
I think.
Is that how they're suggesting when they talk about the women's vote, that only women should be allowed to vote? Oh, Trump is losing the women's vote.
I think some
Why
people
is that
read
one
it that
demographic
way.
we can't even discuss
way.
how they are voting? The historic American nation.
Katie, we've heard from one very prominent Trump supporter who seems unswayed. Back to you.
All right, Mike Isikoff and Ann Coulter, thanks so much. You know, Ann has been very outspoken and a huge supporter of Donald Trump throughout this campaign, and particularly on immigration issues. Katie, any comment?
You know, this is something that I feel very sensitive about because she calls herself a conservative Republican woman, and I think it's an affront to conservative Republican women. The day that Donald Trump gave his speech and talked about building a wall, she made the comment that she didn't care if Donald Trump performed abortions on the White House lawn, because after he made that kind of speech about immigration, that she would be so enthusiastic about him. And she knows what she's saying. The tweet that she had today about people with 4 grandparents born in this country, she knows what she's saying. She's trying to incite people. She's trying to sell books. She's trying to be an entertainer, not a conservative that cares about winning elections. By the way, by that measure of what is America and who should vote in America, the entire Trump family wouldn't qualify. Nobody in his family has 4 grandparents born in this country. So I think that it's, you know, it's part of an entertainment shtick that she has, but I think it's very harmful to Republicans. I think it's harmful to the conservative movement. And I hope that as Donald Trump moves away and we turn the page on him, we can also turn the page on Ann.
One thing that's been very interesting in the exit polls, that this immigration issue, this anti-immigrant issue, didn't really seem to resonate with many voters. 7 in 10 Americans going to the polls Tuesday say they think immigrants now in the country illegally should be allowed to stay. Just a quarter say they should be deported. More than half say they oppose building a wall along the Mexican border to stop illegal immigration. And these are exit polls conducted by the AP and the television networks by Edison Research. Immigration isn't necessarily at the top of mind for most voters. Just 1 in 10 say immigration is the most important issue facing the country. So do you think that Donald Trump misread the voters in terms of the number of people? Because anti-immigration sentiment, I know, is very palpable in much of the country. But do you think he misread how strong it was and how widespread it was, Katie?
I think he absolutely misread it, not only in the general electorate, but he also misread it in the primary electorate. My firm did a lot of polling in 2015 to take a look at this issue, and what we found is that a majority of even Republican primary voters welcomed some kind of responsible immigration reform that included border security, included E-Verify, all kinds of things that some of our more responsible candidates proposed. Unfortunately, because of a lot of different factors, that's not who emerged from this primary, but it wasn't even a majority of Republicans that support Donald Trump's version of the way immigration should be handled.
So why did the mantra continue to be about building the wall? Even last night in his last rally in Michigan, he talked about building the wall. Was that just bad advice or I mean, was that because to rile up the base?
I think Donald Trump is very addicted to applause. And when he goes into a rally, the kinds of people that show up at his events, they yell and they cheer and they scream for comments like that, but it is not representative of either the party or the mood of the country.
Yeah, I mean, I understand something, Katie, and I think this is an excellent point Katie raises. you talked about the affirmation versus information society, right? The fact that people just want to be surrounded by people who agree with them. Donald Trump isn't a politician, right? This is his great strength. He's never been involved in politics. He didn't talk to anybody in this campaign who did not already agree with him. This was not a campaign in the traditional sense. He did not go out and try to persuade him. By the way, neither did Hillary Clinton very much. But because of that, I think the answer to your question is I think he actually doesn't understand that you can go into a packed room and hear applause, wave after wave of applause and gratification all day long, and still not be representing even the majority of your party. I think that's a hard thing to grasp if you don't understand politics.
It's worse than he didn't talk to them. He flipped them the bird. I mean, like he steadily went into talked about other populations and was as abusive and as mean to them as he possibly could, instead of trying to reach out to them.
And we want to bring in Jose Antonio Vargas. You probably thought Evan Thomas just dyed his hair. But Antonio is a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist and the founder of Emerging U.S., a digital platform that focuses on race, immigration, and identity in America. He was born in the Philippines and came to this country at the age of 12. He came out publicly as an undocumented immigrant in 2011. Jose, I'm sure you'd like to weigh in on some of these issues. What do you make of Donald Trump's miscalculation in terms of connecting with voters over immigration if the exit polls don't bear out that passion?
Well, I actually, since outing myself as undocumented about 5 years ago, I've been traveling nonstop across the country. Probably more than 800 events in 48 states, a lot of conservative, Tea Party, Republican people, just so it's really important to preach beyond the choir, right? And bring my tax forms, my Social Security forms, and tell them that I speak English pretty well and that I pay my taxes and all of that, right? I actually think that Donald Trump was pretty brilliant in focusing on immigration early on. I don't think he would have won the primary if he had not done that. I think for many people, immigration is code word for these people who are changing this country, these people who are speaking Spanish at Walmart, these people that want to play soccer at high school and not football. I think that was really smart, actually. The miscalculation, though, is that in this country, 1 in 4 Americans is either an immigrant or the child of an immigrant. 1 out of 4, right? If you look at the trajectory of this campaign from the judge, Curiel, right, who's born in Indiana, Mexican-American, to Alicia Machado, who became a U.S. citizen, to Kaiser Khan, right? I mean, almost 1 million Muslims are eligible to vote. I actually think in many ways Donald Trump has given us this gift that he has been able to put together black voters, Latino voters, Asian voters, Muslim voters, all together to represent kind of this emerging America.
Is it the Obama coalition on steroids in a way?
But remember now, President Obama has deported more than 2.5 million immigrants in the past, 7.5 years, right? I mean, I actually think this is where, as we look forward to what's going to happen tomorrow, right? I mean, people have been saying that if Hillary Clinton wins this, she's going to focus on getting an immigration reform sort of policy in the next 100 days. I would love, as somebody who's undocumented myself, who's always kind of on the menu of these conversations, I think it is imperative that we work with Republicans, with conservatives, and with people who actually want to do the right thing. There's so many Republicans who want to do the right thing. And I think Donald Trump has given us a gift, right, to say that we don't want that. We want actual solutions. We want actual empathy. We want actual compassion.
So it might fuel real policy solutions,
I hope
in your view.
And let's keep in mind, when he's talking about immigration, he's talking about anti-Latino immigration or anti-Asian American immigration. Melania Trump
or Muslim
is an
immigration.
Right, or Muslim immigration. Melania Trump is an immigrant, right? I'm from Michigan. The place is like rife with Canadians. They're all over the place, right? Nobody complains about all the Canadians coming across the border.
I do.
So, this is, as Jose was saying, these are code words that he's really talking to people about a loss of culture, and I think that's a very
And again, how do we talk about that? I made a documentary for MTV last year called White People. It was kind of controversial. But what was interesting about it was that nearly half of the young white millennials we talked to feel that they're as much a victim as discrimination as young people of color.
Why?
Nearly half. College scholarships, right? I mean, this is what Ann Coulter was actually talking about in terms of it's politically incorrect to even talk about whiteness. I would argue that this country is only going to get gayer, blacker, browner, more Asian, women, white women, Latina, black women, will break all barriers there is to break. In some ways, to me, what has been at stake in this election and moving forward is how much change can straight white men handle?
Well, that's interesting because Ron Brownstein, who is with The Atlantic, wrote an interesting article, and he talked about the Coalition of Restoration Donald Trump supporters versus the coalition of transformation. And as we see an increasingly minority majority population, it's still going to be a big culture war. And how can you change that? How can you get Donald Trump supporters to be more willing to accommodate these changing demographics?
Well, my worry about this is, we can't wait for politicians to do it. Politicians just want to get elected, right? I mean, for me, it is imperative that in our community centers, in churches, in schools, that we actually figure out how to talk about this emerging America and these changes. What I think is really harmful is to just stay in this kind of realm of talking about, white people as if they're all going to be extinct, or some of the kind of rhetoric that we hear about white guilt or white anxiety or white privilege, right? I mean, I think it's really important that we show, how can I expect empathy if I can't give any of it back, right? I actually am working on a documentary right now specifically on how much change can straight white men handle, specifically in their 20s and 30s, all across America, not just in cities, right? But in Iowa, in Wisconsin, in Arkansas and Alabama. I think that's a really important conversation.
Old paradigms, Katie, don't change, they die off. We don't actually transform old society paradigms. We just move into the future, and generations change them. And I don't think the solution.
So you're saying there's no hope for?
No, not at all. I think there's only for white men. Yeah, no, not at all. But
we're just going to wait for them to die, basically.
But there is a yes. I mean, you will find tonight, win or lose, that Donald Trump's vote is not only whiter and maler, it's older. And actually, it's been a very significant and consistent measurement of Barack Obama's presidency. Whether you like him or not, there's no better indicator than how old you are in America. There's a sliding scale, and always has been.
It depends.
But on that point, I think we also, though, I'm going to put the onus back on my party, right? The Democrats have to do a better job of figuring out how to go into communities and talk to people who are suffering from many of the very same ailments that people who look like me suffer from, or perhaps are Latino. We have got to figure this out, or else, my fear is that we end up like some sort of South Africa with like one big multiracial party and like a small white nationalist Republican party, and that doesn't turn out very well.
And I think that was interesting what JD said, and I've heard this said actually by people like Brian Stevenson, who from the Southern Poverty Law Center, who wrote Just Mercy. He talks a lot about being proximate, and this sort of alienation that I think so many Americans are feeling is because geographically they're just so separate and they're not exposed to these people. People in urban areas aren't exposed to some of these people in rural areas who are really suffering that we heard.
And suffering,
like
as you say, from the same problems. I mean, when you talk about
by the
economic
way, should we just say Alabama? We called Alabama for Donald Trump. Sorry,
I'm sorry.
The
proverbial press. By the way, we have a responsibility in this too, and I don't want to leave Katie hanging on what she said before, because she was exactly right about Ann Coulter. It's a circus act.
Yep.
We promoted that circus act, as far as I'm concerned, and the rest of the media has too. And we have a responsibility. If you don't want to incite passions and violence and frustrations in the society, then you need to have a productive conversation. And she's not part of a productive conversation, in my view.
Well, the interesting thing about this whole conversation about immigration is that Donald Trump didn't even believe these things like 2 years ago.
Yes.
And coming out of the 2012 election, he was the one out there saying that the Republican Party has to be more inclusive, the Republican Party has to reach Latino voters, the Republican Party has to come up with a meaningful plan for immigration reform. And then somehow he decided that this shtick would help him win a Republican primary, would help him create
I don't even think he wanted to win. I actually think he just loves the cheer.
Maybe not. But he doesn't even believe these things. So it'll be interesting to see what happens post-election when the country rejects it, if he sort of changes course on this, because it's not very deeply rooted in his soul.
Well, that was the fascinating thing about Stephanie earlier saying, Stephanie saying earlier, everyone told me, she's at Trump's party, right, across just a few blocks away, and she was saying, everyone told me I should be scared and wear a flak jacket, but it turns out that everyone here's a contributor and they're being very nice. It really encapsulated the cultural disconnect of his campaign, right? This isn't a Trump rally, right? When he's out in the rallies, he's a populist, fire-breathing, George Wallace type figure. But but here in Manhattan, when his contributors and his family and his business associates are coming, that's a different Donald Trump. And I think that disconnect, if he doesn't do well with voters outside of his very core constituency tonight, it will partly be because that disconnect is so apparent to people, and it doesn't feel authentic.
Hey, Matt, can you just sort of take us through the Electoral College map real quickly? We see that Hillary Clinton has 44, Donald Trump has 60. So far, no big surprises in terms of how the states have turned out.
No, because these are, I mean, you know, it will not shock you to learn that the states you can call earliest are the ones who have the widest margins and the most predictable. You know, obviously, you got to get to 270. What we're looking at and don't have yet is the first wave of states that close on the East Coast.
Right, and Florida is apparently at this moment razor thin right now.
Well, that's,
as we can see.
It should be, but that's very significant. I mean, Florida, let's see, we have 68.5% of the vote, so you have a lot of urban areas probably still to report too, and a lot of rural areas. So that doesn't tell us a whole lot. Florida, Virginia, New Hampshire, which is a critical state and too close to call. All
and
of those.
What about North Carolina?
North Carolina too. I think if Hillary Clinton wins North Carolina, she's off to the races. I thought that was much more of an outside shot for her than she should carry Virginia. She has a good shot in Florida. A Democrat really should carry New Hampshire.
Broward County returns haven't come in yet, by the way.
I mean, that is generally later returns tend to be, you know, you tend to get a lot of urban areas later. The question is always, can you make up the vote? So you don't want to pay attention too closely, you know, when you have that percentage of the vote. And then we'll start to see, you know, states in the central and mountain time zones coming in. Obviously, you know, a lot of importance in Michigan,
Nevada,
Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania also an early state, critically important. Right, Nevada later, very important. She should be winning Pennsylvania. She's had a scare there in the past week. It's important to hold that. It's important to hold Michigan. She was in both Pennsylvania and Michigan over the weekend, which was, I think, alarming if you're a Democrat, because those are not states you should be in the last week. So really looking at what happens in that industrial belt, and then as you move on, Nevada, and if she has a really great night, as Governor Napolitano said earlier, Arizona could conceivably be in play. There's nothing in the polling to suggest that we're going to see that.
She said it's going to be an uphill climb, even though she might be doing better than expected. You were going to say something?
I just wanted to say, like, come tomorrow, right? Whatever happens tonight, if Hillary Clinton wins this tonight, I think, and by the way, as an undocumented person, I can't vote. Although I can't tell you how many times people just make assumptions that apparently we're rigging elections and we're the ones voting. I'm like, what am I going to vote with? My Bank of America debit card? Like, how am I going to get a vote? And what's been fascinating is I think it's dangerous for us to live in a country in which the perception is that the Republican Party is the anti-immigrant, anti-woman, anti-Muslim, anti-black, anti-gay party, right? I mean, and that's why for us, like, what does that conversation look like, right? I mean, remember now when George Bush won and got reelected, right? He had a pretty significant support of the Latino community. Right?
I think it was 40%.
It was 40%. And I think right now Latino Decisions had a poll saying that Donald Trump may get 17% of the Latino vote.
So I guess the question, Katie, can the Republican Party make that transformation and not seem to be anti-immigrant?
Well, the Republican Party is going to have to. And I think that some of that is younger and sort of more diverse representatives and voices.
Well, you look at the Latino community, say the Cuban American community in South Florida, right? It's a real generational divide. And to your point earlier, this might require kind of millennials coming up and having a different attitude, so the Republican Party is going to be forced to change, right?
Well, they have to change because right now a lot of voters in this country view Republicans as old, rich, white, grouchy men.
Country club.
Right. And beyond country club, even, you know, sort of good old boys, if you will. It was interesting last night. I was in a car and my driver was a young African-American guy, and he didn't particularly like Hillary, but was going to vote for Hillary. He really feels in his soul that Trump is racist and so could not support him. And I said, were there any Republicans you could have supported? And he said, oh yeah, my man Marco. And I was kind of surprised that this young Democrat black guy from New Jersey was that aware of, you know, sort of the Republican primary field and really felt some affinity for Marco Rubio. And it kind of was like a sock in the gut to me that I thought, oh, what a missed opportunity.
That's the thing. I mean,
a candidate like that would have been a very, very different night for the Republican
Party. Really would.
Party.
I mean, no one should make the mistake of thinking that this is a commentary on the Republican Party's viability. If Donald Trump loses tonight, that just about every serious candidate in that field would be having a very different night. By the way, the New York Times, where I spent the last couple of election nights, has just sent out an alert that they have called Indiana for Representative Young, and that Evan Bayh has lost that race, which is not shocking given how quickly the Senate race there, which is not shocking given how quickly that state's returns came in. But that's the only. I'm only judging by what the Times is saying.
And again, to sort of pile on again to the Democrats here for a second, I think one of the challenges of the Hillary Clinton campaign has been that while she's had a policy for everything, she sort of talked about her policies for everything. So it's hard. I think it was very hard for voters to really know what her agenda was going to be when she came into office. Now, ultimately, the campaign devolved into a series of conversations about his past and her past, but we really never got a sense about where she wants to take the country in the future. And I think if the campaign could not have, and this is a problem she had in 2007 also, about finding a theme and a real disciplined message for her campaign, a solid Republican running with a real message about the future, a younger Republican running. And about change would have really made life very difficult.
Or an older,
well, they were most nervous about Marco Rubio,
Yeah.
apparently,
Well,
inside the Clinton campaign, because of his youth and energy,
and
right?
and his likability. If you go back to Nixon and Kennedy, the candidate that has most often won has been the candidate that people just like better. And that was a pretty tough call with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. Neither of them were rating real high on the likability scale. But somebody like a Marco Rubio or somebody like a John Kasich, they're just likable. And that's going to be an important thing moving forward as the Republicans try to find a voice that can appeal beyond the base.
Katie, let me ask you about that, because that's interesting. There are at least two figures, right, who came out of the Republican primaries respected, probably, at least in John Kasich's case, his stock higher than he went in.
I was going to guess John Kasich.
Thank you. We had to go back to that because we're going full circle today.
Who apparently is giving a speech on Thursday.
Okay.
That's a John Kasich fan. Is that fair to say?
And Jeb Bush, who came in, and didn't acquit himself as well in the campaign, but I think personally came away as a figure of being well liked and dignified. Do they, at that age, having lost a primary, can either of them or both of them play a role in the reclamation of the Republican Party if Donald Trump loses badly tonight?
I think that they can certainly play a role. I don't think you're going to see Jeb Bush make another run for the presidency. I think that it's likely that John Kasich will. But I think all of these leaders have a role to play because all of them have sort of factions that they represent and people that look to them and respect them. And I think that these leaders all do have to come together and try to chart a path forward. And those are the folks that are most likely going to have an impact with the people that are the most disenfranchised at the moment.
John Kasich told me this was his last campaign when he was running in New Hampshire, but I think he's since amended that.
So we can call Rhode Island for Hillary Clinton, and we're going to take a break and go to John Ward over in the newsroom because he has a special guest. John?
Thank you, Katie. And as Matt mentioned, we do have another call in Indiana. Evan Bayh has lost that race, as we talked about earlier, and Todd Young is going to be the senator from Indiana. But let's talk with Russell Moore. Russell is the president of the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission, which is the public policy arm of the Southern Baptist Convention. They claim about 50,000 member churches across the country. And Moore has been probably the most outspoken evangelical critic of Donald Trump, the Republican nominee. Russell Moore joins us now live from his hometown of Nashville, Tennessee. Dr. Moore, thanks for being with us.
Good to be with you, John.
Russell, things are up in the air. Florida's a little closer than a lot of people had thought. But what are you hoping for tonight?
Well, I really don't have much to hope for tonight. As a pro-life, pro-family, pro-immigrant, pro-racial justice evangelical, really no matter what happens tonight, I lose. So I'm not looking for a good outcome. What I am looking for is a country that somehow is able to come back together and do things for the sake of the common good going forward into the future.
You use that phrase, I lose. It seems like that sense is shared among a lot of evangelicals. Why do you think that evangelicals feel so strongly about this election? Shouldn't they be more optimistic no matter what the political outcome is?
Well, I think that long term, of course, we're optimistic, and not just optimistic, but hopeful, because we believe that history is ultimately governed and ruled by the resurrected Jesus Christ. In the short term, though, we had a presidential election this year in which evangelicals who've been taught for years to vote their values found that they really didn't have any values on the ballot. This was the craziest, meanest presidential election that we've ever seen, and it caused a theological and a moral crisis for many evangelical Christians. And so several things that I've noticed here. We've seen a clear generational and theological divide among evangelicals, from sort of your old guard political activist evangelicals, from your younger evangelicals who are more defined theologically than they are politically. But another thing that I've noticed, though, is that we haven't seen the kind of thing that I saw in, say, 2008, which was at least some number of evangelicals going toward Hillary Clinton the way that some of them did for Barack Obama in 2008. And I think there are a couple of reasons for that. One of them is the sorts of religious liberty and life questions that we've had under the Obama administration, and the fact that Hillary Clinton did absolutely nothing to even pretend to reach out to evangelicals this year.
Yeah, and you've ended up as a kind of lonely voice. Did you expect to be quite as isolated?
No, I've often imagined what it would be like to tell myself a year ago that we would be, to my past self, that we would be facing a Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton election. I really anticipated that we would be seeing a Hillary Clinton, Marco Rubio race right now, in which case I really believe that Rubio would be elected president tonight for many of the reasons that several have mentioned already tonight here.
Trump's talked a lot about protecting Christians. He talks a lot about something called the Johnson Amendment. Do you think Christians need to be protected? And what's your take on the Johnson Amendment? Is that a big ticket issue for you?
Well, I mean, of all of the religious liberty concerns that we have, the Johnson Amendment is not anywhere close to the top of the list. What we've seen is that we haven't had either candidate talking about genuine religious liberty issues this year. Hillary Clinton has been relatively silent on religious freedom issues. Donald Trump has been antagonistic toward religious freedom for religious minorities and has talked about protecting Christians. But we really don't need a strong man to protect Christians. We have a Messiah to do that. What we need is a First Amendment that is defended in a way in which religious freedom is guaranteed for everybody, Christian and non-Christian. That's the sort of America that we envision and that we ought to have. That's not what we saw being articulated this year.
And we've talked about this. I think it's a really interesting question. What happens to evangelicals in the future as younger evangelicals kind of come up and grow older? I think their political engagement is going to be a little bit different. But, you know, what does the evangelical voting bloc look like in the future, and how does it behave, in your opinion?
Well, I think you already have now more gospel-centered younger evangelicals talking about what it's going to look like to actively engage in the future, both within the Republican and the Democratic parties. There's a movement led by African-American Democratic evangelicals who are pro-life and pro-family and pro-racial justice in Atlanta, the AND campaign, talking about this within the Democratic Party. Within the Republican Party, you have many younger evangelicals who are saying, in the past, we've wanted to try to keep from becoming Pat Robertson, so we haven't really engaged in this process very much, except to come out and vote in the general election. There's already a good bit of conversation saying, never again do we want to see this happen. So how can we become involved in the primary process without losing our theological identity and becoming a voting bloc or some sort of political constituency or political mascot for anybody's political movement? Those are the sorts of conversations that are going on right now, and I expect that will intensify in the months to come.
Yeah, this is a topic that's going to continue to be very interesting in the years ahead. Dr. Moore is going to be a key figure in that conversation. Thank you for joining us tonight. Katie, back to you and the team in the studio.
Okay, thanks so much, John. Appreciate it.
It really does look good in those glasses, don't you?
I know, I like those. By the way, we want to explain how we're making calls so everyone understands. We're going to be taking our cue tonight from the Associated Press, which painstakingly pores over votes in all 50 states and uses sophisticated software and human quality control to determine the accuracy of the votes that have been tallied. While we'll acknowledge when other news organizations are reporting wins, as Matt just did with the New York Times when you talked about that race in Indiana, know that it's not official for Yahoo until it's official for the Associated Press, but feel free to chime in. But We just want to kind of explain how we're making the calls. Dan Kleidman is here. Hey, Dan, how are
Katie.
you?
I'm great. Good
So
to be
Dan
here.
is our colleague here at Yahoo News and an all-around terrific person. So what do you think about what you've seen so far? And no big surprises, right?
Not yet, but it's early, and you know, some of these races are tight, and you know, it's always interesting to watch and see. People get excited because a particular state looks like it may be going one way, but you know, Northern Virginia has not come in for Virginia, for example. So, you know, you don't really know until some of those counties come in.
Right,
so
we were just saying Broward County hasn't
same
come
thing
in
in
for Florida.
In Florida, where, you know, the Panhandle maybe's come in, but Broward hasn't.
South Florida, by the way.
South Florida. So, you know, these elections, you know, you generally don't know until, you know, after 11 o'clock anyway. But sometimes, you know, by now you start to get a reasonably good idea. It hasn't happened yet.
So what are some of the themes that you're seeing emerge tonight? I mean, I guess one of the big stories is the power and the fact that the Latino vote has really been galvanized. Really, in a way we've never seen before.
You know, absolutely. We've talked about this. Matt and I, Evan, you know, all worked together at Newsweek for years, and cycle after cycle we talked about, is this going to be the year that we see, you know, the surge of Latino
And that was
voters?
1944.
Yeah. Speak for yourself, Matt.
Matt had hair back then.
I did. And you know, it appears to be happening for. You know, there are probably a bunch of reasons for it, but the main reason is probably, I think this will be borne out in the exit polls, is the reaction to Trump and you know, the things that Trump has said about immigration and about Mexican Americans and some of the people that he's vilified, like Judge Curiel, who we might talk about later.
It really seemed to hurt him among voters in terms of that temperament question. Not surprisingly, that's something that Hillary Clinton really drove home, particularly in the second and third debates, because while some of those messages may have resonated with some of his core supporters, they seem ultimately to turn people off.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the you know, it's the downside of a base strategy. You know, where you are. You know, obviously, with a lot of some of these things that he's saying about immigration, he is really riling up his core supporters. But you know, there's a cost to doing that, which is, you know, you alienate you know, other constituents, and in this particular case, it's in other constituents. It's the constituency that is growing as a percentage of the electorate, as opposed to falling, which is, you know, the problem the Republicans have more generally.
You know, it gets Danny to this question of yeah, the pivot everyone talked about, and I don't want to talk as if
we did talk about that and wondered when it was going to happen.
Quite a bit, and I don't want to talk as if Donald Trump has lost, because we don't have the data. I've seen a lot of crazy things happen on election night. So if the exit poll data may be telling you that a third of the people think he's qualified, I don't assume the outcome. But you know, having said that, we did think there was a time in this campaign, I thought really a period between the locking up of the nomination and the primaries and the convention, where I really thought he was so thinly connected to his themes to that point and had so ridden this thing sort of lackadaisically without really knowing where it was going, that he would just respawn, that he would just come out one day and be the Donald Trump I met in 1999. Who was middle of the road, good government, these two parties are terrible. I thought he would run against the whole system and turn his attention back toward voters who do care about that temperament issue. There's something about Trump did not enable him to do that, and you can.
Maybe it's his temperament.
Or do you think?
It could, well, right. It could be his temperament. I also I've been very skeptical all along that he really wants the job. I don't think that's why he started running. I don't think he's ever given that a whole lot of thought. I don't think it appeals to him all that much, and I think he showed a conflictedness throughout the campaign about whether he wanted to keep getting the applause or whether he wanted to do what it would actually take to win the job.
We can call Mississippi, by the way, for Donald Trump, and we do that. As we do that, I will pivot to Andy Serwer. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief of Yahoo Finance, and Rick Newman, a columnist for Yahoo Finance. Hi, guys. How's it going? What do you have to tell us?
A lot of stuff happening in the financial markets. Rick was just noticing that the futures were all kind of crazy. You know, how stocks are trading. Rick, why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, we're basically watching two things: S&P futures, that's the U.S. stock market, and the value of the Mexican peso. And they're both zigzagging quite a lot. It kind of seems like traders are looking at what's happening in Florida right now. So Florida's been going back and forth from Trump to Clinton. We're waiting for some vote to come in from Broward County, which might favor Clinton, but Florida's looking for Trump right now. So traders seem to be watching that, and you're seeing these correlations between what's happening in Florida and these two market indicators. It's pretty interesting.
Andy, did you take a look at some of the exit polling when it came to voters and their views about the economy?
Yeah, people are really upset, Katie, about the economy, and they feel like they're left out. I know this sort of echoes the conversation that you've been having all night, and this is sort of the economic side. People are frustrated. They feel like they've been left behind, and it really reflects, you know, this income and wealth gap that we've been talking about really over the past 8 years, and before that. The economy's recovered during the Obama administrations, but a lot of people have been left behind, and of course, Donald Trump has appeal to those people very well, and Bernie Sanders appealed to them as well. And they're out there voting right now, and they're indicating, you know, in the exit polls that this has really been driving their voting. And even people who've been voting for Hillary Clinton are upset about the economy.
Yeah. Donald Trump really, you have to give him credit for identifying something really important that's going on in the country and is going to be a big problem no matter who wins. We've had some guests on today and earlier this week talking about what's likely to happen in Washington with regard to some of these problems. And there are no real good solutions about what to do for these workers who feel like they're falling behind and don't have good prospects. So Donald Trump sort of nailed it. And that class of voters is going to be a force for some time.
Okay. Well, thanks, guys. Please, you know, just give us a shout when you have anything you'd like to say, because we want to include you in the conversation as much as we can. Thanks, Andy and Rick. Thank you all so much. Okay, so, you know, actually they were echoing of what you were saying earlier, that sometimes there are no solutions, and these are huge seismic shifts in the way our society operates, and they, you know, people can't necessarily look to the government for solutions. So what do we tell them, or what do we do?
Well, one thing we could do, I mean, there are some things you can do. Job training, I'm afraid that's not going to do it. Job creation, that's probably not going to do it. But, you know, one thing we could do is make the tax code more fair. People sense that they're getting screwed. And you know what? Trump is right about some things. People are getting screwed. The tax code, to be so euphemistic, screws people. It's unfair. It favors rich people in a big way. Obscure things that most people never heard of. Carried interest, which is the way private equity people get rich. That is a great big gaping loophole that is unfair and should be closed. Yeah, Hillary Clinton has said, she's actually said that she would do something about it. I'm waiting to see whether Chuck Schumer goes along with that, whether she actually does something. But if they wanted to do something that actually was meaningful and real, they could do some tax reform to make the tax code more fair and close loopholes for rich people like Donald Trump, for real estate. You know, we've carved these. I think there's some vast. If you closed all the loopholes, you could reduce taxes by a third.
It is sort of interesting that both Trump and Clinton agree on that carried interest loophole.
They do. But also, Evan, what about?
But let's see if they do it.
Sure.
I mean, I've heard this talk before.
Yeah,
they've
heard that. But what about investment too? What about when we talk about I think one thing you could do. I agree with you on taxes, but I also think we have not geared this country for the jobs that will exist in the future in a significant way. There are things government can do, and maybe only government can do. And I'm not roads and bridges, but in internet, in schools, in education, in high-tech fiber optics,
I hate to be
high-speed rail,
Dr. No here. I'm taking the role here if nothing works.
You can...
So let me continue to take the role. Education. I believe that we have doubled per capita spending on education over the last several decades with zero results. Education is the most amazing thing.
But we haven't geared it toward the future. We've actually just kept spending it the way we've been spending it all.
Okay, maybe we can figure out some smart way to do it. But a lot of smart people have been working on education for it. The reform movement's been around for 10 or 20 years, and there are little pockets of success, charter schools here. In fact, there's a referendum going on right now in Massachusetts that will be worth watching. So there are little pockets of success. But big-scale things that improve education in America, zip.
Why can't we, look at what like a country like Finland does?
Because we're not Finland.
Right, I know, but I mean, can't we learn anything from Finland? I mean, why are we so far down that list?
You're going to go on the quote part. Can't we learn anything from Finland?
Finland does well. Finland does well in education.
Furniture.
Because they're small, much as country. But the thing that they do well is rigor. They do.
And also, is there something with unions in Finland as well? You know.
Well, I'm not a Finland expert. Don't look at me. I have been there.
I feel like I'm in Finland right now.
Well, actually, you know what they do? I know a little bit about Finland. One thing they do, I've actually been to Finland. They honor their teachers. They really honor their teachers. I mean, you talk to kids who go to fancy colleges now, and if somebody's becoming a teacher, they're kind of embarrassed about it. Why aren't you going to Goldman Sachs? You know, why are you becoming a mere teacher? In Finland, I've talked to teachers there. That's a high-end thing to do. You graduate from university. They are top graduates from the top university. They become teachers.
That's the case in Japan as well.
Yeah.
I think where teachers are really
you know, surprise, it makes a difference.
But you know, interestingly, this is an issue where I do think that Republicans can reach voters that are being alienated by Republicans today. Democrats are very backed into a corner on how much they can do with regard to education because of their loyalty to the teachers' unions. Right. Republicans, and I've been, as a woman Republican for many years, been sort of screaming this from the rooftops, that we should be out there talking about what we can do to improve education, because even if you're a suburban white woman living in a wealthy part of Northern Virginia, it bothers you that right across the river in Washington, D.C., we have a whole generation of children that are being failed in failing schools. And that's an issue where Republicans should be out there trying to reach Latino voters, white working class voters, African American voters, and offering them something different.
So it is sorry, hold that thought for 2 seconds if you could, Evan, because it is 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're now on our third hour of coverage here on Yahoo. For all of those keeping track online, the polls have now closed in 14 more states, including right here in New York, and we can call New York and Illinois for Hillary Clinton, and we can call Nebraska, Wyoming, Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Texas for Donald Trump. So
more work for the
latest.
Kids.
Yeah, more work for the kids. By the way, can we have a shot of the map? Because I want to make sure they're still awake, Tony. Are the kids coloring the map?
Okay.
Is this with chalk? Because that's
that
going
is
to be problematic. Is that your son, Matt?
That's so cute.
I gave them a whole talk about the importance of knowing states and not coloring in the wrong one. I did not want to be responsible for any calamities.
Well, let's go to Rand Paul, because he's here to discuss the future of the Republican Party. And by the way, you all can chime in, feel free, and his own future as well. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul, first of all, congratulations on your re-election tonight.
Thanks, Katie. Thanks for having me.
So how are you doing? What do you think of what you're seeing so far in terms of the election returns?
Well, you know, I'm seeing it, you know, from the microcosm of Kentucky, but we've had a huge victory here in Kentucky. Not only my victory and Trump's victory, but we knocked off the Democrat Speaker of the House, who's been in for 36 years. The Democrats have controlled the lower house, the House of Representatives, for 96 years, and we've taken that over now. And so we've had a big year here. And I think one of the reasons why Kentucky and West Virginia have flipped so much from Democrat to Republican is that we've felt up close and personal the regulatory war on coal and the regulatory war on the farm, and we've lost so many jobs that regulations are not an abstraction to us. It's very personal when your family is out of work, and we've lost 15,000 jobs because of regulations. And so we've flipped in a massive way from Democrat politics to Republican politics, and tonight was sort of the capping event to that evolution.
I know that in your book last year, you wrote that the Republican brand sucks and is broken. Has that problem gotten better or worse since your book came out?
Well, you know, the point we made was also that, you know, when Domino's admitted that it was so, that their crust sucked, they admitted that they were going to change it. I think it has to happen with the Republican Party, too. What I've been saying all along is we need a bigger, better, bolder party. We don't have to change necessarily what we stand for, but we have to take that message and we have to present it to people who haven't been listening, and basically we haven't been taking that message. So I took it to the south side of Chicago, I took it to Philadelphia, I took it to Ferguson. I still think it was the right approach. I didn't win the nomination, but I think what we're going to find is that we may not win it again. We may not win the national election tonight, and if we don't, we have to reassess and say, you know what? How does our message affect those who live in poverty? How does our message of school choice and vouchers, how would that help kids who live in poverty? How would the idea of lowering taxes and making enterprise zones or economic freedom zones, how would that help people who live in poverty? And go to those areas of poverty and saying, we want your vote. I think if we did that in a systemic way and a systematic way, I think we could see changes in our country. I think many people I meet in many of the areas of poverty, whether they be rural white or urban and black, are people who say, you know what, we're taken for granted by everybody. Nobody visits because they assume our voting patterns.
Well, you know, it seems to me that the GOP has been talking about a big tent since Lee Atwater, you know, so why has it been so difficult for Republicans to be more inclusive and to broaden their base? Is it just a lack of effort, or what is it?
Some of it, but I think some of it, people think it's an all or nothing. So you had people like Donald Trump and really Cruz to a certain extent that said, we don't energize our base, and all you have to do to win is get 4 million more evangelical voters out there. And I do think Donald Trump energized some new voters on our side. I don't think in the end it'll be enough, but he did energize new voters. And but we have to do both. We shouldn't just say we either need to energize the base or target people who haven't voted for Republicans. I would say energize the base, stay true to our principles. Let's don't dilute what we stand for, but let's go explain how the ideas of liberty and freedom and defending all of the Bill of Rights are good for people who struggle and for whom big government tramples under their heel. So I think a lot of it's lack of effort. And I think if we bring that effort, look, when I was on the south side of Chicago, I campaigned across from the O Block housing project in Inglewood, one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the country. And the minister I was with and all of the young men and women who worked for him said, look, the people in City Hall don't care about us. They steal the money. So just the corruption of Chicago you could run against, but you have to show up in their community every day and tell them about how capitalism and what our country was founded on could bring great wealth to them if we get rid of the crony capitalism that distributes profits based on who you know and who you give a campaign contribution to.
Senator, it's Matt Bai, and thank you for joining us. I want to ask you, we don't know the results, but your party has apparently put up a candidate who, according to exit polling, about a third of the country thinks is qualified to hold the office, and about a third of the country thinks has the temperament to hold the office. What failed you here? Did your process fail you? Did your party fail you? Did the other candidates fail to do what they had to do to break through? Something apparently went very wrong with your process.
Yeah, but I think to be fair, you need to look at both sides. So, for example, the Democrats put forward a candidate that over half of the public believes is dishonest, whom I really think has great conflicts of interest in accepting foreign money through her foundation and saying it doesn't affect politics. Look, I have some strong feelings about some campaign finance reform that I'm going to try to introduce after the election. But for goodness sakes, can't we all agree that foreign citizens and foreign governments shouldn't give money to candidates? So when I look at the potential for conflict of interest with Hillary Clinton, the money she took, I think I'm aghast and appalled that the Democrats put her forward. Do I think our candidate had some shortcomings? Sure. How you change the process, I don't know. I mean, the public gets to decide these things, and maybe those of us who want it to be a different way have to present our message better, but I don't think that it's so one-sided. You can say, oh, the Republicans put up the wrong candidate when the Democrats put up somebody for whom the vast majority of America thinks is dishonest.
Having said that, if she's elected a senator and the Democrats take the Senate, by the way, Tammy Duckworth has defeated Mark Kirk in the state of Illinois. So if that happens, will the Republicans in the Senate be obstructionists, or do you think you'll find any common ground if, in fact, Hillary Clinton is elected?
I'm pretty ecumenical with laying blame for debt, big spending, budgets that never balance at the feet of both parties. And so I'll continue to argue that we should obey the Constitution. When it comes to Supreme Court justices, I will look seriously at whoever's put forward, but I won't vote for somebody who doesn't believe in the separation of powers doctrine. The idea that the president should not legislate is fundamental to our country. And if you put people on the Supreme Court who don't care, who simply think that the president can legislate and write law, I mean, that the Clean Air Act, by the tens of thousands of pages of regulations, can just be changed by the president, or that immigration law can be changed by the president, I can't vote for that. But I would tell you the same if it was a Republican president, because to me, the Constitution is an amazing document, and we're not obeying it. We're not letting Congress go through the messy process of formulating the laws. We've been letting one man create the law. It also has to do with regarding war. I mean, the Congress debated this. I mean, the Constitutional Convention, they debated this extensively. The ability to begin or initiate war was specifically taken away from the president and given to the Congress. And yet we've been back at war, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years again in the Middle East, fighting brand new people that have nothing to do with 9/11, and yet we haven't voted. And so, I think it's going to take a great deal of oversight. And so I don't want to promise that I'm not going to challenge a president of the opposite party. I'll promise exactly the opposite. But I'll also promise you that if it's a Republican president, I'll do exactly the same.
Senator, it's Dan Kleidman. You mentioned the Supreme Court before. You said that you would consider president's nominees for the Supreme Court, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. If it's Hillary Clinton, some of your colleagues in the Senate have already said they'd be willing to block her nominees for her whole first term, for 4 years, which means that there would only be 8 justices on the Supreme Court. Is that maybe constitutional, but is that good government? And do you agree with that?
I think we need to look at nominees of either Trump or Clinton and ask them what they believe in. The hard part has become that nominees have become artful at saying nothing. They can say nothing for hours and hours, and that's a real problem. And the separation of powers doctrine is fundamental to the constitutional republic, and we don't obey it at all. 99% of what's coming out of Washington are regulations coming from unelected bureaucrats or the executive branch. So we do have to challenge that, and we do have to look at that. And I will honestly look at any nominee, but unless I can be assured that they will support the separation of powers, I can't say that I'll support them.
All right. Senator Rand Paul. Hey, Senator, thanks so much for talking with us. And again, congratulations to you.
Thanks. Thanks for having me.
Nice to see you. All right. So it looks like maybe if in fact, I guess it depends who's elected, but I think Senator Paul has no problem being a thorn in anybody's side when it comes to moving forward, right?
He has not read Danny's book, What Can We Learn from Finland?
That's right.
So tell us a little bit about the 16 for 16 project, because I know that's one of the reasons that we wanted to have you join us here tonight, and in addition to a lot of other reasons, Dan. But we did something here at Yahoo. We're really focused on 16 people who had made a big difference in the course of this campaign.
Yeah, it's interesting, not a new thing for candidates to try to turn sort of normal, everyday Americans into symbols for their campaigns. Real people are the best surrogates. It lends authenticity to their message.
Well, we were saying how much we enjoyed hearing from both.
Well, absolutely. And in 2008, everyone heard about Joe the Plumber. But what was striking to us in this cycle was how many of these kind of everyday Americans had been sort of thrust into the campaign because of sort of interactions that they had with candidates. Look, I'm not sure why it's the case. It may be social media. Everyone has iPhones, and these things just sort of happen. What's interesting is there were so many of them. I mean, we had a really hard time choosing 16 people, by the way. I mean, we had a really long list. A lot of these people emerged in ways that are not sort of scripted. In other words, not in ways that play into the message of the candidate. So Bo Copley is a perfect example of that. Hillary Clinton made her famous statement at a debate or a forum about how all of these coal mining jobs and coal businesses are going away, and she met Bo Copley at an event in West Virginia, and there was that moving scene of him, which we saw earlier tonight, moving that picture of his family across to her. And she had to grapple with that issue. And sometimes some of these people, emerged in spontaneous ways that, that played into the message of candidates as well. Carla Ortiz, 11-year-old girl at a Hillary Clinton event in Las Vegas, and a lot of people remember that she kind of tearfully talked about her fears about her parents, who were undocumented Guatemalans, being, ejected, sent back to their country. And so, that became an issue in this campaign. And, it's interesting to me this has been an ugly campaign in so many ways. Evan talked at the beginning of the show about, where's the decency? And when
the decency came from these everyday people, right?
So there's one thing to be optimistic about. The decency did come from these people. I mean, I have to say, Bo Copley was so impressive to me. Or think about the Khans, who you spoke to in your interview. I mean, the dignity, the grace in how they dealt with these issues that's the silver lining here in some ways.
They really are able to illuminate, I think, some of these issues and some of the rhetoric that has become sort of almost like a white noise on the campaign trail because how it affects them personally. In fact, we have a clip of the Khans. Let's take a look at that, and then we'll talk some more about it. You said that your son wouldn't have been allowed to be in America.
Correct.
If it were up to Donald Trump. Were you braced for a backlash that you thought might come after your speech?
Yes, our sons advised us of that backlash, but our mission is very clear. We wanted to voice the concerns of the people that have equal dignity and equal rights as anyone else in America. Our experience had been so wonderfully positive, so testament to goodness of this country. For example, I was at Cleveland Airport. Somebody taps my shoulder and I look back. There is a 7 feet tall young man. He says, "I am a football player, Mr. Khan. I'm so proud to live in your country. Thank you." And he just walked away. Any place that Ghazala and I, or sometimes she goes and I worry about that maybe somebody will approach her disrespectfully. Not a single time. Look at the goodness of this country.
When I left that interview, I was so inspired because the Khans, first of all, I think they put a face on Muslim Americans, who we hear so much in the rhetoric. And for them to tell me about their experiences coming to this country, they first moved to Houston, and Mrs. Khan told me about all her neighbors coming with a big cooler of food and drinks and welcoming them with open arms. And their experience has been such a positive one, not only since the speech that he delivered at the Democratic National Convention, but their entire time here in the United States. So it really did restore your faith in humanity to hear them talk about what it was like to be Muslim and to be American, and talk about their son and talk about the fact that he used to love visiting the Jefferson Memorial, and it meant so much to them and to him. It was really, really inspiring. And I think that you're right. Hearing from everyday people, I think, did bring some dignity and humanity to this very, very ugly election cycle.
It's not only dignity and humanity, but those moments also expose things about the campaigns and about the candidates. One of the things that struck me watching that Bo Copley moment was that Hillary Clinton doesn't have a better answer for that. When he shows her his family and says, "Look at what's been happening in my jobs," I've met a lot of really thoughtful, great politicians of both parties who would say to Bo Copley some version of, "It's heartbreaking. I want you to understand. I don't want this, but this is happening. This is what's been happening in America, and we have to look toward the future, and we have to worry about your children. We can't just pretend that the past is coming back for them, right? There are ways to answer that question." The fact
I was surprised by that,
the fact that she couldn't really, I think, exposes something about maybe her political skill, but maybe also sort of the lack of how not forward-looking that an agenda it is. How
perhaps sometimes I think about maybe it's that she's so cautious that there's such a fear of being guarded,
yeah, that's
and anything you say could be used against you in a future political ad, right? Or any headline could be made from just something that she says, right? Yeah. So I always felt that, unlike Donald Trump, which is sort of like, vomits out everything that's on his mind, that she has been so cautious during the course of this campaign. And I often wondered if it was because she was fearful that whatever she said was going to be manipulated by her opposition.
Well, and part of what Hillary Clinton is constrained by, and what most politicians on both sides are constrained by, is a feeling that they have to actually tell the truth about what their plan is and how they're actually going to execute these promises. one of Donald Trump's great talents is promising things that he has no plan or ability to actually deliver on. So he does have an ability to go to the folks in West Virginia coal country and promise that we're going to bring back jobs and we're going to change all these trade deals and life is going to be so different because I'm going to do this for you, with no concrete plan, no actual intention to execute on that promise. And so he has brought a lot of people into his tent based on promises that are never going to come true.
I mean, give her credit. At least she didn't come up with some phony answer. I mean, maybe she can't empathize like her husband. She just lacks that gene or that skill, and that's sad in a national leader. But at least she didn't do what Trump did. She didn't come up with a fake answer and promise something that she couldn't.
I got a plan that's going to.
I got this plan that's going to get.
It's going to be unbelievable how much winning there's going to be in the
She knows better. I actually thought that was a fascinating moment. I think you're right. It did expose her, but it also revealed a vulnerability that I thought was kind of moving, that she couldn't say anything. And she looked a little bothered, a little chastened by it.
I like those moments when she looks bothered. I think her worst problem is when she looks like a phony, which she often does. Occasionally she has these moments when she doesn't.
Yeah.
I think that helps her. I remember all the way back in 2008, after she lost to Obama in Iowa.
The crying in New Hampshire.
She was vulnerable.
Yeah.
And she won New Hampshire because people were glad to see that she was an actual human being.
Right.
I just got something from my colleague. I think it was from Brian. Was that you? Hi, Brian Goldsmith, who very
smart.
smart.
Fly that in here in a paper airplane?
No, but Freddie should have. Brian points out while Clinton is outperforming Obama in some key urban areas, Donald Trump is outperforming Romney in rural exurban areas. Exurban, is that how I say that? You know,
the
further exurbs, yeah. And that's why Donald Trump is doing well in Florida and North Carolina. Michigan is very close, and he says a Trump win cannot be ruled out at this juncture.
I'm not. That doesn't shock me. I mean, I have these. The numbers that Frank talked about, I thought were quite shocking in terms of how little the faith the public had. But I think in the last week, you have seen a closing. One thing Donald Trump did in the last couple of weeks that gave him a chance tonight that he didn't have is he shut his mouth.
Yeah, they took away his Twitter account.
We've talked about this, that every campaign is sort of a referendum on it's about someone. And this campaign should have been about her from the start, about Hillary Clinton because she was running effectively as an incumbent and as a successor to an 8-year administration, a very hard thing to do. He made it about him almost the entire campaign. This was about his temperament, his qualifications. The last 2 weeks of this campaign, because they apparently ripped out the cables and wouldn't let him out of the room, he made it. He succeeded in receding and making it about her, and I think made it much closer in a lot of these states.
He was much more on message, wasn't he? And his Twitter account phone was taken away, right?
Well, I think him not being in debates with her in the last couple of weeks was a helpful thing to him, that you didn't have any kind of a side-by-side comparison.
Right.
I will say this, I'm not surprised at all that Trump is running ahead of Romney in the exurbs and in the rural areas, but I also do think that at the end of the day that Clinton is going to do very, very well in the suburbs, in the urban areas, and those tend to be the places where the vote comes in later. You know, I'm hearing from really smart people in Virginia that are saying, look, I'm looking at places in the suburbs where he's really, really underperforming
like
Romney's
Northern
numbers.
Virginia,
right?
Yeah,
and Richmond even. And so most of the smart folks in Virginia think that at the end of the day, Virginia is going to come home. I'm sort of hearing that from other places,
even
too.
with 85% of the vote in, Katie?
Yeah. The what's left is
probably
Fairfax
Richmond.
County, Northern Virginia.
Arlington, my hometown of Arlington, Virginia.
Yeah. But just going back to what we were talking about before, I think there were three factors. It's no more debates. It's the fact that his Twitter is taken away from him. And also, a lot of bad news for Hillary Clinton with Comey and the email story. And so, this has been a pattern throughout this campaign that when everyone is focused on one candidate, they tend to do poorly. When they focus on the other candidate, that candidate tends to do poorly. The last couple of weeks, everyone was focused really on Hillary Clinton and much less on Donald Trump. And I think that may have had an impact.
It's like disciplining your kids. You always want to be the one. They always want to be the one you're not looking at. But I'll tell you, I think Brian does us a service here because I do think, as I said when we started out tonight, I have seen exit polling data lead people very astray. I'm not a big fan of it. I have thought this was a very close race, a very close race in the last several days, and so I think that is a useful reminder. We don't know, and those are close margins. And what they just showed in Virginia, it's true. There's an urban vote out there, but if he were underperforming where Romney was in the exurbs, that would be done right now, and it's not.
We should remind people of the famous example as recent as 2004 when Kerry was won in the exit polls. In fact, his chief advisor went to him and said, "Let me be the first to call you Mr. President." Bob Trump said, "Mr. President." And a lot in the press, I remember being in Newsweek at the time, we thought, well, that's it. Kerry won, and 3 hours later we found out that
I was in Ohio at a restaurant with all those ACT organizers, the guys who'd organized the turnout effort with outside money, and they got their cigars. They went and they bought their cigars. They still blame me for writing about it, but it's it was over.
Big buzzkill.
It wasn't over.
Big buzzkill for John Kerry. We're going to go to Stephanie's side because she's at Donald Trump's election night headquarters with Alabama Senator Jeff Sessions. Stephanie?
Hi, that's right, Katie. I'm here with Senator Jeff Sessions, the senator from the great state of Alabama. Of course, we know at this point that Alabama has gone to your candidate, Donald Trump. That is to be expected. What are you looking at closely right now as far as the race goes?
Well, we'll all look at Florida and basically how this movement is playing out. Donald Trump, 18 months ago, commenced a insurgency campaign against really both parties. And he's drawn Democrats, a lot of independents, done very well with independents, and Republicans who are not happy with Washington, who feel that they've been ignored, that Washington and politicians and parties don't care about people like them. They spend too much of their time raising money and in cocktail parties with rich people, billionaires, the George Soroses who fund campaigns, and every time you see a negative ad on Donald Trump, some big rich person paid for that. And people are tired of it, I think, and they'd like to see a leader that understands the challenges this country faces, that has the ability and the knowledge to get it on the right track, to have wages go up instead of continue to go down. And that's the key thing about this election to me. And he's been an outsider. It's been a difficult challenge for him to do so. But, wow, here he is going neck and neck in state after state.
Unemployment right now is at 4.9%. It is 3 percentage points better than it was in 2012. Wage stagnation is still an issue, and yet wages are growing to some degree, 1-2% right now. How would you explain this movement you're talking about when, in 2008, this country was in the worst economic situation it had been since the Great Depression?
Well,
a Democratic president was in office for 2 terms. So how do you explain that movement?
Well, I'm going to explain that movement this way. We've had the slowest recovery from a recession in history. President Obama's idea of more taxes, more government spending, more regulation, blocking American energy, those things will never work to grow this economy. Also, he has not defended the American industry on a world stage. He's not defended the American worker effectively. We've closed factory after factory. Those are the higher wage jobs. The unemployment rate has become less and less relevant. It includes part-time people. It includes whatever wages you get, even if they're declined. And we have the lowest percentage of Americans actually working today in the working years in 40 years. So people are working part-time. They are not working at all. One of the family members is carrying the full load. Some are working 2 or 3 part-time jobs. And the reality is median family income is down.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
Well, you were arguing about it, I thought. So I was just trying to push back.
I'm working a part-time job. So I get it.
Yeah. So I
but
think
a lot
that's
of
the
that
part
has
of
to
it.
do with technological replacement and that fact. And what you're talking about as far as high-wage jobs, is that really coming back? Donald Trump is talking about in his first 100 days, if he becomes president, he's going to renegotiate NAFTA. He's going to pull out of TPP. And in essence, he's going to address the concerns of workers that feel they've lost out to globalization. But what about the fact that a lot of those jobs aren't coming back because technology has changed and replaced a lot of us?
We do have robotics, and it is reducing factory. You make more widgets with fewer people. that's another reason we've got to be careful about this huge immigration flow. It's the largest in the world, the lawful system, plus this huge illegal system that's occurring. And so you have more workers than we have jobs for, and wages fall. That's just a plain fact. So there are a lot of factors out there that are working against middle-income Americans. They'd like to see a lawful system of immigration. They'd like to see a president defend American manufacturing against improper trading competition, which is happening every day. And we have the leverage to do that. And Donald Trump knows how to do it. And so to say that this is all inevitable and that the policies of tax and spend and globalism that Obama has proposed and regulations of every kind that drive up costs, make us less competitive, to say that's not a factor in this incredibly low recovery, I think is wrong. So anyway, it's great to be with you. I've got to go to another meeting.
Can I ask you one more?
This was a 1-minute interview I was promised.
Just one more.
I'll give you one more question.
Okay, because I wanted to ask you about Donald Trump. He said earlier in an interview with Fox News today that, you know, when asked the question about whether he would accept the result of this election, no matter what happened, he mentioned again his belief that the system is somehow rigged, and he pointed out potential voting irregularities. What are your thoughts on that? At the end of this night, do you believe that you will accept whatever result comes forward? And have you had further conversations with candidate Trump today about that?
No, I haven't talked to him about that. But, of course, we should accept the outcome if it's a fair and just outcome. But Florida is razor thin. Do you remember 2000? That went on for months to try to make sure we had a fair count in Florida. So he does not. Donald Trump is a man of really negotiator. And he does not concede things before the time comes to concede them. That's just the way he thinks. And so I don't think he in any way means he wouldn't accept a clear decision of the voters tonight. And I certainly believe we should.
Senator Sessions, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet you.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
Katie, back
Sorry
to
to
you.
have to run.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie. Way to stay in there, hang in there, and ask more questions. My kind of gal. Meanwhile, we're going to go to Bianca Golodriga. She's at Hillary Clinton's election night headquarters at the Javits Center here in New York City. So you talked about people being confident at the start of the night. What's the mood in the room now, Bianca?
Yeah, Katie, it's become a lot more cautious as these states have been called and as states that we're still waiting to be called, in particular Florida, Ohio, Virginia. I would say things have become quieter. You can see behind me, I would say hundreds, if not close to a couple of thousand of Hillary Clinton supporters who have been here and have been cheering on. You hear Chuck Schumer now live in New York City, also on the ballot in the state of New York. So when New York State was called, obviously a lot of applause here, a lot of excitement, but people are really starting to question whether or not this is going to be a Hillary Clinton victory that a lot of people came here to see. How close is this race going to be? And I think it reevaluates a lot of points we've brought up throughout this campaign. How can we trust, how closely should we be following and trusting these polls as they're coming out? And also the tone in the country, how divided the country really is. You spend a lot of time with Beau and his family. I spent time with him in West Virginia. Despite everything that Donald Trump has said throughout this campaign, and how imperfect of a candidate he has been and some of the things he said, for a lot of Americans, their decisions seem to have been made early on. And so they're not making excuses for the rhetoric throughout this campaign, but there does seem to be some sort of a resound opinion as to who they're going to vote for and why, maybe sooner than we had expected. But as I just said, tensions seem to be a little heightened here, and people are just waiting and hoping to get more encouraged as numbers come in.
All right, Bianca, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, it's 9:32 Eastern time, almost 9:33, and it seems like things have shifted in Donald Trump's favor. Let's talk about that, Katie, for a minute. You know, I know that it went, the New York Times, your former employee, or employer rather, went to from an 85% chance of Hillary Clinton winning this thing to now a coin toss. Is that right? Or now 50?
Or actually with Trump up, the latest at 51%. Although these things are, you know, this is a little bit of a
Highly
magic trick,
speculative.
right? They don't, as I was saying before, I don't really, all these percentages are kind of meaningless. But I think what we're finding out is that, because there are a couple of things going on. One's the Electoral College. It can be close in a lot of these states and still not close in the Electoral College. But there was a feeling earlier in the evening that this could just be a sweep, a steamrolling, based on exit polling that shows so few Americans believe in him as a potential candidate, and not many more for her. At this point, I think we can safely say that it's going to be the close race that it looked like in the last week, and it's going to be a while before we know.
I think it's an interesting thing to sort of think about what would have been different if some different factors had taken place. What if, instead of Gary Johnson, Rand Paul had been the Libertarian candidate, and there had been a very high-profile, sort of reasonable, smart, well-respected alternative to either of these candidates? What would have happened had Joe Biden gotten into this race? What would have happened if a different Republican had won the primary? What we're seeing is that neither of these candidates are incredibly popular or incredibly, well-respected with the American voters, and the country is just far more sharply divided than I think maybe a lot of people thought. That this is not a wholesale rejection of either candidate or a wholesale approval of either candidate.
What do you think's going on in the Hillary Clinton campaign right now? Because I think if they paid attention to the exit polls that were coming out early in the evening, things were looking much better for them. And now they must be on pins and needles.
Can you imagine what it's like to be in the candidate's suite waiting for this stuff? Richard Nixon would not watch the returns with his family. He had to be isolated.
What did he do?
He was alone in a hotel room. He couldn't be with his family.
With nobody?
But
he was with nobody. He was alone. He watched
That says a lot about what we already think about.
It really does, yeah.
Jack Kennedy, on the other hand, wanted to be with just Jackie, just the two of them, until he sent her. She was pregnant in 1960. He sent her to bed at midnight and then joined the group. So,
but that race was so close. He went to bed, right, and didn't know until
he
woke up in the
actually
morning.
went to bed at.
He'd actually lost when he went to bed. They had to get the election back.
He had to get Mayor Daley to do it. That's one time there actually was voter fraud.
I will say this about the Clinton campaign. All appearances are that they do have a really strong, solid sort of operation. So I don't know how much attention they're paying to things like exit polls, which, people understand, are pretty flimsy.
Kind of a
in terms
snapshot,
of data.
right?
They're looking at key counties, key precincts probably even, in terms of, overperforming, underperforming. So they have a sense of where they are at this moment, just like we did in 2012 and the Obama campaign did in 2012. And so that's what they're focusing on. I don't know that they're, really getting their information from Twitter or TV. They're looking at metrics that they have set up for this.
I'll tell you. Sorry to interrupt for 2 seconds. Can I? I'm sorry, Matt, because we're going to go to Olivier Knox. He's our chief Washington correspondent, and he's in the newsroom, and he has a special guest who we don't want to keep waiting forever. Hi, Olivier.
Thanks, Katie. Thanks very much. Well, if you watch too much cable TV during an election, you're going to think that everybody's title is Democratic strategist or Republican strategist, and it's often meaningless. But our next guest actually earned the title. Mitch Stewart ran the battleground state operation for President Obama's 2012 re-election campaign and co-founded the campaign consulting group 270 Strategies. He knows what he's talking about. Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you.
So you heard the report from my colleague Biana. You're seeing the red spread across the map. Do Democrats need to put away the champagne and reach for the harder stuff?
Well, not yet. Not yet. But I think what you are seeing is a map that's almost closer to like a 2004 than it was a 2008 or 12. I remember in 2012, like Michigan and Minnesota, as soon as the polls closed, they were called very shortly thereafter. And in this instance, they're still out. Now, so is Georgia, which, for us was called very early against us. But a host of other states that are all sort of in the Democratic coalition from 2008 and 12 are still out. And so, I think a lot of us, myself included, might have been a little bit overly optimistic and hopeful about how tonight would work out. But it's going to be a long night. And I don't think the fundamentals of what we're seeing right now are all that much out of line with what the polls would have predicted at the beginning.
So you alluded to something I want to get into, which is how has the map changed between 2012 and 2016, the battleground states? How have they changed?
Yeah, it's really interesting. And so I think as you follow the migration patterns within the U.S., specifically some of the non-white communities that you're seeing in the South and to the West, And then also these states that have relatively little diversity and high white populations, and specifically high white non-college educated populations. And you're seeing a bit of a sea change. And so the Midwestern sort of industrial states, Michigan, Ohio, Iowa to a certain extent, and then potentially Wisconsin, they're becoming more and more Republican. Pennsylvania a little bit as in addition to that. But, you know, the inverse of that is also true. So states like North Carolina, Georgia, hopefully Florida, but then also in the West, Arizona, are performing better, or at least you see glimpses of them performing better. And so I think those are the migration patterns that you're seeing, and it is a bit of a reshuffling.
So what would you tell a Democratic presidential candidate eyeing 2020?
Yeah, well, I think Georgia and Arizona are fantastic opportunities. And they're expensive states because they're big, especially Georgia. I mean, Georgia's as big as North Carolina. And so if you really want to be competitive there, we're talking about $30 or $40 million to do that. But it really opens up a lot more pathways to 270. And we need to continue to evolve as a party. If we're just going to focus on the same 10 to 12 states, there's not going to be a lot of room for growth. We're going to be stagnant as a party.
Do you think that tonight's results reflect what we've been hearing for a while now, which is this Latino voter surge?
Well, I hope so. You know, fingers crossed. And, you know, what's interesting, the very first race I worked in 2002, I was in South Dakota, and George W. Bush came out 5 times to a state with 400,000 voters. And it was a very conservative state. He won by 21 points, I think, in 2000. And the county that brought him over the top was Shannon County, which is the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. That county, and it was the poorest county in the country, was the county that basically told the leader of the free world, no thank you, we're going to go with, at that point, Senator Tim Johnson. And what I hope happens in Florida is that this Latino surge that we've all been hearing about is sort of the missing link in a place like Broward County, where we're still seeing a lot of outstanding ballots, and that puts Hillary Clinton over the top. So I think it's too early to see how the Hispanic vote in Florida behaves compared to how the Hispanic vote in a place like Texas, Arizona, Nevada, or Colorado. But ultimately, that's where this is going. The Democratic coalition is a coalition of non-whites and of college-educated white voters. And that's basically who we are.
So one of the big conversations throughout this race has been the non-college educated white voters. Yeah. Do Democrats need to win those voters back? If so, how do they do it?
Well, we don't have to win a majority of them back, but we can't get beaten badly. And you know, some of the results that we're seeing now is that we're underperforming by a large margin what we did in 2012. And so I don't think we'll ever win that cohort back. And frankly, we don't need to. I think some of the language and the rhetoric that Donald Trump used to appeal to sort of the worst nature of our voters is not something that Democrats want to do. But you know, we can't afford to take a massive beating, which is what we're kind of seeing right now.
So you're a metrics guy, you're a math guy, but I'm going to ask you to speculate a little bit here,
okay.
Because one of the panel members, Katie, actually brought this up. There's been talk among Republicans that any other Republican would have beaten Hillary Clinton. Now we don't know the outcome of tonight's race, but let's think about one very specific kind of other Republican. Try to picture a disciplined Donald Trump who sticks to the core message of, you know, the elites have betrayed you and I will turn this around. Would that kind of candidate have beaten Hillary Clinton?
It would be a very appealing candidate. And so a disciplined Donald Trump, you know, the language that he used, I think the policies that he has are still disqualifying to a number of voters. And so maybe the inverse of that would be like a harder Marco Rubio. You know, somebody who has a relatively pleasant demeanor, who comes across in sort of a polite, professional manner, but has a bit of an edge to him. That would be a tough candidate to beat.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that Donald Trump is doing very, very well. You talk about disqualifying language, but he's doing surprisingly well for a candidate described that way by a lot of Democrats.
Yeah, well, you know, so the demographics right now, in 2012, about 28% of the population was non-white, or 28% of the voting population. In 2016, it's probably going to be 30 or 31%, depending on how you want to look at it. And so this country is changing. And I think the damage that Donald Trump has done for the Republican Party to the fastest growing segment of our country, Latino voters, is going to last a generation. And that's not something that's just going to be washed away in the next 4 years. And that's going to continue to haunt them every presidential election from this point forward. And in about 30 years, we're going to be a majority-minority country. This Republican nominee has disqualified the Republican brand to a big chunk of those voters.
You were always skeptical of Democratic chances to retake the House. Tall order, roughly 30 seats to take. What's it going to take to retake the House for Democrats?
Well, you know, I'm a big believer in electoral reform and redistricting, and I think as long as the maps are drawn as they are right now, it's going to be impossible for Democrats to retake the House. And so I think what we need to focus on, and I'm proud to be part of an effort to do this, is to focus on redistricting. And so winning back some of these state House or state Senate chambers, winning some of these governor's offices, winning some of these Secretary of State offices so that we can get fair maps. That's the only way that we'll be able to retake the House. I mean, in 2012, we had a lot more votes for Democratic House members than Republican House members, even though they have a 30-vote or 30-member lead. So that has to be done with the maps. It has to be done with the maps.
All right, Mitch Stewart, thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
And we'll get back to you, Katie, in the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Olivier. So we're back kind of trying to digest all these returns that are coming in, and Jamal Simmons is back. And I know you've been talking to some Clinton folks, and tell us what they're saying or thinking or predicting.
So I've been communicating back and forth with some Democrats in Florida who have a lot of experience counting votes in that state, and they tell me that things are looking very tough for Secretary Clinton in Florida. So let's all pay close attention to it and see what happens when it comes in. But I think although she's overperforming with Hispanics, she may be underperforming with whites. We're seeing some surge in some places that are making it a little tougher, so the votes are still out there.
So the West Coast, I guess we were talking about the West Coast of Florida.
Not so much in the West Coast, but sort of, you know, the rural part of the state that's over to the western side. Pasco County, I saw reported that that Trump was winning it by 50,000 votes. Romney only won that by about 15,000 votes in 2012. So, you know, he's going to have to lose really, really big. I don't know how much is still left out of the southern part of Florida, but it would have to be, you know, a really big move for Florida to shift.
So tell us, let's talk about what happens if Donald Trump, in fact, does take Florida and what that means for Hillary Clinton moving forward. Who wants to take that, Matt?
Well, she doesn't have to win Florida, but I think she's got a real big problem in Virginia and Pennsylvania. Virginia's very, very close. I haven't seen numbers out of Pennsylvania, so that's extremely close. I mean, if she holds Virginia and Pennsylvania, which Democrats were counting on, and Michigan, which has been in trouble in the last few days, then she only really, I mean, by my calculations, I think she only really needed to win 1 out of 4 remaining states, out of New Hampshire, North Carolina, Nevada, and Florida. You know, any one of those could conceivably put her over the top. She didn't have to win them all. But if Pennsylvania is on the edge and Virginia doesn't go her way and it's too early, then the math becomes much, much more difficult. And, you know, one interesting question I think I want to bring up about that's hung of all the questions that's hung over this election night is a turnout question. So I've heard a lot of Democrats say, you know, we've got the ground game.
Right.
And Trump doesn't have organization. The one thing he never had was organization. I've always felt that he doesn't need traditional ground game. We got all obsessed with this starting in around 2000 and with everything is, you know, because we had that razor thin margin, everything was county to county, but he's a celebrity. He's a TV star, and that has its own kind of turnout operation. And one of the things we're seeing in those numbers that Katie's talking about in Florida is, you know, it may be the case tonight that Donald Trump being Donald Trump is a turnout operation. Without block captains, without phone banking, without all the rest.
Well, I think we've talked often, too, through the course of this campaign about the enthusiasm gap. You know, the passion that Donald Trump supporters felt for him as opposed to the lack of passion that some Hillary Clinton supporters felt. I don't know whether it was Clinton fatigue or the fact that she'd been in the public eye for so long and that there was a bit of an enthusiasm gap, wasn't there, Jamal, in terms of hardcore support, or is that incorrect?
No, I think that that's right. I mean, one thing that always concerned me was you saw such enthusiasm for Bernie Sanders that was really very organic. And I've always been a little concerned. Let me just say this. I think Hillary Clinton will win this tonight. But I was very concerned early thinking that she didn't do enough to lock down the Bernie Sanders support in the summer before she started reaching out to voters.
I remember you saying that earlier.
Yeah, and that always reaching out to voters in the center, because there was still a lot of discontent on the left, particularly with young people who felt like she just really wasn't their candidate. So you hear people saying they want to vote for her, yeah, I'm going to vote for her, but nobody talks about it. I was going to say, Bernie Sanders voters never talked about it with a level of passion or enthusiasm or interest. It was sort of like an obligation. So we'll see in the breakdown about this where age matters among the Democratic voters and if there's any softness there among Democratic voters.
Because I thought millennials sort of had come around to her side in recent weeks. Was that not that strong, or was that support soft?
So it was soft. It was interesting. It was soft. A recent, in this Jen Forward poll that we work with, showed an 11% lag among African-American millennials and among Latino millennials, 18 to 34, from where Barack Obama was. So we'll see how that works out again in the age demographic. White millennials had sort of moved back to Hillary Clinton, so she was still keeping the 60% number that Barack Obama had, but she was softer among black and Latino.
You and I have talked about this before, Jamal. I always thought, the big mistake was holding President Obama's turnout in those two elections up as Democratic math. That was not Democratic math. That was his math.
But the problem is, it's the only time Democrats have crossed 50% since 1976.
Oh, I understand. Believe me. No, they didn't cross it in 1976.
Oh, is that right?
You have to go all the way back to Lyndon Johnson, and before that, you got to go back to FDR. And then it's Andrew Jackson, and that's it, man.
Right.
So, I mean, that's significant. So, I don't think her math was never going to be his math. That's not the model that works for her. She had to do better with other constituencies, namely white voters. Particularly, the gender gap had to be bigger, and she had to carry college-educated whites, which white men, which Republicans have traditionally.
And I think they went harder for Latinos to sort of make up some of the difference they were going to lose with African Americans.
All right, let's go to Brian Goldsmith, because he's sort of doing a deep dive into Florida. And what Matt was just saying, Brian, it seems like Hillary Clinton has a bit of a white person problem. Is that showing up in Florida, you think?
That's certainly showing up in Florida. We've spent so much of this election cycle talking about the Republicans' challenges with Latinos, with Asian Americans. But, we're still a majority white country, and nowhere is that more apparent than in the state of Florida, which Donald Trump looks on track to win at this point. Hillary Clinton has underperformed Barack Obama, both with minorities and with white voters. So Barack Obama 4 years ago got a higher percentage of the white vote than Hillary Clinton has, and a higher percentage of the minority vote. Obama got 80% of minority voters in 2012. Hillary Clinton, according to the exit poll, has 71% of non-whites in Florida. Trump is on track to win 62% of whites. Romney only got 59% of whites. And there is no advantage in the gender gap for her, because Trump actually won men by a greater margin than Hillary Clinton won women. And, there's been a lot of talk in advance of this election about Hillary Clinton doing very well among white, college-educated women. Well, Trump is beating her, if this poll is accurate, by 2-to-1 among white, college-educated women. Trump, 60%, Hillary Clinton, 37% among that demographic. There's another sign about the sort of dissatisfaction with Washington and with the federal government that may be propelling some of the Trump momentum that we're seeing across the country. 73% of Florida voters describe themselves as dissatisfied or angry with Washington, and Trump seems more like a change agent than Hillary Clinton does.
So we were all kind of looking at each other. Brian, you're saying that Donald Trump, in fact, is doing better among college-educated white women in Florida. Is that right?
Yeah, he's beating her by 23 points among college-educated white women.
Katie is looking very skeptical about that, Brian.
Well, this is the data that I'm getting. Unless this data is wrong, that's the number that I'm getting.
So what is that would defy every poll. I mean, that would really.
No, this is in the exit poll among white college graduates in total. It's Trump 62, Clinton 35.
Mm-hmm. That would be a staggering departure from
everything we saw in the early polling. I'm just wondering if there's something maybe off with those numbers. I mean, it could happen. But it sounds unusual.
It was very striking to me as well, and there's no significant difference, at least among the data I'm seeing, among white college graduates and whites without a college degree. Trump is winning by a slightly bigger margin, but only slightly, 66 to 31.
And what is the gender gap margin overall, Brian?
The gender gap margin is that Trump is beating Clinton among men 51-44, but Clinton's winning among women 51-46. So
that is a very small.
That's a very small gender gap, and she's only getting 36% of the white vote. One Florida Democratic strategist said, you know, you can win in Florida with 38% of the white vote, not 36.
I mean, if that held up, and it's a big extrapolation, but if that were anywhere near accurate and held up around the country, Donald Trump would be doing considerably better among women than Mitt Romney did in 4 years ago, and it would be very hard to see him losing this election if his gender gap among women was under 10 points.
Okay, we're going to hear how the Clinton campaign is responding to all this news. Bianna Golodryga is at Hillary Clinton's election night headquarters with the interim chair of the DNC, Donna Brazile.
Yeah, Donna, great to have you with us. I want to get your initial reaction to the results that Donald Trump is doing surprisingly stronger than many had anticipated in battleground states like Florida and Ohio.
Well, as you know, over the last 2 weeks, we had a campaign where we saw Secretary Clinton's lead evaporate, and then she came back. I still believe at the end of the night we're going to see Democrats turn out, Democrats bring Secretary Clinton over the top. We've had tremendous record-breaking turnout all across the country, not just in so-called battleground states, but non-battleground expansion states. So, as you know, back in 2012, we didn't call Virginia till after midnight. So I try to tell people, let's count all of the votes. The polls have closed. Now we have to wait for all of the votes to come in.
You mentioned Virginia, and with 80% reporting, it looks like Hillary Clinton has a slight edge right now, too close to call, and obviously not all the precincts have reported in. But has there been any surprise for you over the last half hour in your communication with the Hillary Clinton camp about how much stronger Donald Trump is doing than many had anticipated?
You know, I was at the campaign most of the day, especially dealing with problems that we saw in Durham County. Voters, as of an hour ago, we still had people in line to vote in Durham County, in Columbus County, North Carolina. On Virginia, Northern Virginia is notoriously late in reporting. So, again, I don't like to call elections before all of the votes have been cast. And it's important to tell people, especially those out west, if you're in line right now to vote and the polls close, you have the right to vote. That's what we've been doing all day today, reminding people you have the right to vote.
And so what are your thoughts now, what you're thinking and the campaign's thinking as far as voter turnout, particularly among younger voters and female voters and college-educated white voters?
I want to see the whole picture. I don't want to just look at a half view of the exit polls until we get more states reporting. You know, I'm sort of gratified that we got the turnout we did today in Pennsylvania. But look, we still have a couple more hours to go. Several more in key important battleground states, including Colorado and Nevada. I'm still waiting to hear. I'm still waiting for Pennsylvania, and of course, we're optimistic still about Florida, North Carolina, and Virginia.
And you can sense, though, a shift in tone, at least if it's just momentarily, as you would hope, in the room here tonight. One thing that has continued to plague Hillary Clinton throughout this campaign is her trustworthiness, particularly with regards to her emails and WikiLeaks. You were wrapped up in that as well with regards to questions leading up to a town hall. In a recent interview, you said your conscience was clear. And what do you mean by that, your conscience was clear in the email that you sent?
If you take a look at the entire interview and not do what WikiLeaks and so many irresponsible people have done in the press, take a look at the context. And I talked about 40 years of working in politics and the work that I've done as a Democratic operative and a strategist. And when I said, you know, working with campaigns, working with reporters, working with everyone, I'm rather, you know, comfortable that when the story is out, I can respond. But when you're in the middle of a campaign and one side has been attacked by a foreign intelligence source, And I know most people in the media doesn't care that the DNC was hacked by foreign intelligence sources, and maybe the press doesn't care that you're asking me to respond to stolen, hacked emails. And I don't know the value of these emails unless I'm able to see the content. Content without context is pretext. WikiLeaks did not put this out in a chronological order, so I haven't had a chance to see them. I haven't had a chance to read them. But what I do know is how I've operated over the last 40 years in politics.
And Katie, despite intelligence reports and agencies saying that this was from the Russians, Donald Trump has yet to confirm this. So still a lot of speculation as to who's behind, at least from the Donald Trump camp, these hacks. And as Donna Brazile rightly noted, mostly aimed at the DNC and Democrats, and obviously John Podesta's email. Katie, I know you have some questions as well.
Yeah, Matt Bai actually. Hi, Donna. How you doing? I know Matt Bai wants to ask you about Hillary Clinton's performance in Florida. Matt.
Hi, Donna. I know you know Florida as well as anybody I know, and we're seeing some exit polling out of there that you've probably seen that seems quite surprising. Basically, that Hillary Clinton is doing no better with college-educated white women than she is with non-college-educated white women, first of all, but also that the overall gap with women is in the single digits. It's considerably lower than the polling had shown it nationally to this point. Are these numbers, how concerning are these numbers for you? Do you take the exit poll seriously? Do you think something's not right there? What do you think?
Well, I left the boiler room about 2 hours ago, so I haven't seen the exit polling. But if your numbers stand and she wasn't able to widen the gender gap with college-educated women or single women, that's probably one of the reasons why you see a much tighter race than we anticipated. Look, Secretary Clinton, as you well know, 2 weeks ago, we had a 4-point lead. It evaporated to a -1 point lead. Donald Trump had momentum in the last 7 days. And I think Secretary Clinton has done a great job coming back from what I call one of the worst hits in modern history, to have the FBI come out and say basically there's nothing. But anyway, I think tonight is going to go down in history. We still have a lot of votes to count, not just in Florida, but a lot of votes to count in Virginia, Pennsylvania. There are so many states right now that are just tight because this is a very polarized election, and I want to wait until we see everything. And we haven't seen everything yet.
Thank you.
All right, Donna Brazile. Donna, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Hopefully you'll check in with us later.
Well, it's a long night, and if I go back to 2012, I'm looking at the cheat sheet. We may not know until after midnight, which is good by me. As long as everybody who's in line is able to vote and we count all the votes, I will be satisfied with the outcome.
All right. Donna Brazile, thanks very much. It is 10 p.m. Eastern. We now are into our 4th hour of election coverage here on Yahoo, and polls are now closed in 4 states, including Utah, which normally is a safe red state, but the combination of a strong third-party candidate and Donald Trump turning off a lot of Mormon voters may in fact change that tonight, and we can now call Montana for Donald Trump. And here's a look at the electoral map right now. I'm here with our panel. We have Evan Thomas and Jamal Simmons and Katie Packer, and of course my colleague Matt Bai. And obviously things are a lot tighter than the Clinton campaign anticipated. I think Donna Brazile seems a little shaken by the results so far, particularly Florida not looking good for Hillary Clinton. As we said earlier, that she is not doing that well among the gender gap is not that big between her and Donald Trump in the Sunshine State. Is that a fair sort of portrayal of that?
I think that is sort of fair. I'll let you get into it. But I was in Nashville with Donna in 2000 when Al Gore went through Florida. So Democrats are perpetually perplexed by what happens in Florida when these things.
Yeah, it's I mean, just to put that gender gap number we're talking about in some context, right? And Katie probably will know where I'm wrong on the actual data, but. Democrats are going to win women. Hillary Clinton, as presumably as a woman candidate who's going to underperform in other areas, Hillary Clinton needs to have a wider gap, right? Mitt Romney was, I think, at around 13, 14%.
12 points.
12 points in the gender gap. We've seen Hillary Clinton as high as 18, 19% in polling for much of the early part of the fall, and then it started to narrow. But here in the Florida numbers, this is what I was reacting to. We're seeing it at seven points. I don't think, look, that's just a number. It may not even be right in Florida. You certainly can't extrapolate it across the country. But if you're talking about a single-digit gender gap for Hillary Clinton among women, I don't see how she would make that up.
She can't make that up. She absolutely can't make that up. But it's interesting, you know, what we've seen with women long before Trump was in this race was a lot of women didn't trust Hillary Clinton. You would have thought that naturally she would have an advantage as a female candidate, that she, you know, should sort of own that vote. But a lot of women coming into this process 2 years ago had a real deep distrust of her and didn't really identify with her just based on gender. They were sort of very reserved and kind of holding back. And what's interesting about Florida is Hillary Clinton hasn't spent much time there in the last few days. She's really, you know, honed in on Michigan and Pennsylvania. And some of us, you know, I'm from Michigan, Jamal's from Michigan. You know, I certainly didn't think Michigan was going to be a place where she was going to have to, you know, really try to cover her flank. She may regret not spending a little bit more time in Florida in the last week.
I haven't seen the latest. I'd love to get, if somebody is following this on the production staff. There was an African-American number in one of the early exit polls that had her around 87 or 88%, which is about where John Kerry was in 2004. Barack Obama was at about 91. If she's at that 88% with African-Americans, that's a really tough number. So I don't know if that number's come up in the next waves.
She was at 90 in Virginia and Georgia. We know that. So I don't know. You know, how much can you extrapolate, though, from individual states in terms of a national trend?
Well, I mean, I think that the problem, and this is true for both candidates, is that you have to extrapolate. You know, that they're focused on such tiny pockets of the electorate and on such specific margins. You know, that I've always written this. You know, that a Democratic candidate, you know, needs to win the African-American vote, that's fine. If your party needs to win over 90% of the African-American vote to be successful, you're doing something wrong. Right. You're not a national party because you can't wring that kind of vote from a constituency.
And they need turnout to be very, very high.
And you need turnout, and then the yield has to be 90%.
And they were having trouble, I know, in early voting with African-American turnout, and they were optimistic in the Clinton campaign that they could make up the difference on same-day voting, but it seems that maybe perhaps they've had trouble doing that, Jamal?
Maybe.
Or is it too soon to say?
I think it's too soon to say. I have been hearing that Cleveland, from the Jay-Z concert and all the work they've been doing in Ohio, Cleveland looks like it's stronger. So earlier in the day, there were people in the Clinton campaign who thought that Cleveland may help make up the difference. African-American vote in Cleveland would help make up the difference for Secretary Clinton in Ohio, but we'll see how that number bears out.
And apparently
it's very hard to extrapolate. I will say much from Florida, only because Florida doesn't really behave like any other state. Yeah. It's not really the Deep South. It's not really the East Coast.
It's a weird place.
It's just sort
of
like
a 3 or 4 states.
Yeah.
And by the way, I guess Donald Trump is actually tweeting tonight because he just tweeted something that said that he was watching the returns with his family and showed a picture of them. I think we have that tweet so we can share it with our audience. There you go, watching the election returns at 9:45, so just 20 minutes ago. He looks pretty pensive, but they've got a big crowd there. Obviously, we've got his family. We see Melania and his son Don Jr. and Eric and Ivanka and
his son Mike Pence.
Yes.
Apparently they have no seats there. They're all standing there.
They've done everything different in this campaign, including the election night photo, which is usually in a hotel room on a couch. Somebody's like passing around
popcorn.
Popcorn. What you can't see is that they're all on their knees, which makes for a really strange photo.
One thing that's so intriguing about Trump is that he's done everything different. He doesn't use pollsters. He doesn't use consultants. He doesn't use money. He doesn't use paid advertising. He doesn't do. He just has totally thrown the whole book out, whoosh, gone. And yet, apparently, he's in a neck-and-neck race. Now, what's the takeaway from this? He was a flawed candidate, obviously, in so many other ways. Are other people going to say, you know, we can just dispense with this whole apparatus of campaigning?
I guess if you're Donald Trump, you can, but most candidates aren't Donald Trump, right?
But there are other celebrities out there, and less flawed celebrities.
That's
I mean, who's taking notes on this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And here's the thing. At some point, people have to believe you're their champion. And the one thing Donald Trump had for himself in the beginning is people very early believed he was their champion, this part of the kind of disaffected, white, working-class voter. I'm not sure what we call it, but they believed in him very early. Hillary Clinton was sort of looking for a crowd to be the champion of for a long time. And I think Democrats realized she was the person, and they rallied around her. But there's always been in the Democratic Party during this campaign a little queasiness about her as the lead candidate.
So apparently the markets are reacting to this latest turn of events. Andy Serwer and Rick Newman are back in the newsroom. Hi, guys. What's going on?
Hey, Katie. As this race has tightened up over the past hour or so, we are seeing the financial markets, as you said, reacting rather strikingly around the globe. The Japanese stock market is down significantly, over 2%. U.S. stock futures indicating that the market will open lower are down about 500 points on the Dow. Gold is up. The Mexican peso has crashed as well. And the chances of a rate hike in December are down. The dollar is down. So we're kind of a little haywire all over the place. And Rick, you've got a chart that I think you wanted to talk to.
If we can get it up, yeah, you can see if we have the S&P futures, if we can get this up, just down. You saw they were zigzagging earlier in the day. There you see it.
Look at that.
They were zigzagging when we didn't really have much to go on, and now that shows you what markets think of the news we've got so far. So to give you an idea of how extensive that is, that basically takes away the gains we've seen in the stock market for the last 2 days. There's no guarantee that will stand, obviously, by the time markets here open. But we are seeing this in the real markets that are open now in Japan, and they're freaking out a little bit.
And what that means, of course, is that, like political prognosticators, the markets had anticipated that Hillary Clinton was going to win. And now that it's tightened up, all bets are off, and the markets are, to use a political term or a financial term, freaking out.
Why do they think that, Andy?
Well, because I think that they weren't any smarter than the political prognosticators, and basically they were listening to what people, talking heads were saying and saying that they were buying it, and so they're a little surprised.
They're probably also looking. They've lost the ability to look ahead at this point. I think they are just looking at the real-time numbers they're seeing on some of the prediction sites like the New York Times or CNN. And they're not really, I think, getting into the details of, well, wait, what votes are actually outstanding at this point? So if it looks like Trump's ahead, even if, a lot of urban vote hasn't been counted yet, for example, they're just kind of assuming that's a Trump win at this point when that may not be the case. So we could very well see this snapback.
Okay. Andy and Rick, thank you guys. We're going to be checking in with you later. Meanwhile, Matt, we got some interesting statistics from Ohio that we just got where it's very, very tight.
Yeah, courtesy of Brian, there's a couple big things that jump out from the numbers in Ohio, which, is a state close to my heart because I've spent so much time there over the years. The gender gap here is a little more what you'd expect. It's a 13% advantage for Hillary Clinton among women, which is basically where it's been in the last election. She probably would want to do better, but it's not, what you're looking at in Florida. But the interesting thing is, again, not a big difference between college and non-college educated white women, which I think is really kind of shocking considering that she was carrying white college educated voters in the polling for most of this campaign when in fact that's generally a Republican electorate. So it is hard to explain that now in Florida and in Ohio, Jamal. I guess you got to say educated women don't like Hillary Clinton.
Or was there something about the James Comey announcement 10 days before, 12 days, I guess, ultimately, before Election Day? Or was it 10? It was 10 days, I guess.
That out,
about 10 days.
But it's possible.
Yeah, but I wonder if that, along with sort of there was a lot of negative press coverage on the Clinton Foundation. So in the last couple of weeks, I think the tide against her, sort of, at least in the press, had not been very, very positive for her.
It hadn't been great. But, when we talk about women, the reason Democrats win women is because of African-American and Latino women, right? They lose white women, they win big with women of color, and that's what carries them over the top. So I think when we have this conversation, we also need to look and see how she's doing in that population.
But wasn't she doing really well with college-educated white women as well in the polls?
Yeah, sure, in the polls. But, look at the polls. Like tonight, we seem to be kind of throwing all that stuff up in the air and trying to figure out what's real.
Well, on the other hand, Ohio's very tight, and it has not looked good for her for a couple of weeks. So, again, you can parse this all you want. As I've always said about elections, the great thing is you all find out at the same time. That's why I've never, they don't issue you a crystal ball when you get out of journalism school, and there's no reason to create one. So I think, ultimately, these things shake out in ways you usually can't entirely foresee.
And Howard Feynman, I think, tweeted from Huffington Post tweeted that this might be the Americans' Brexit. You know, of course, the polls were all wrong for Brexit. You know, who knows, right?
Maybe. I do think that there's some structural differences.
Initiatives are a little different.
Initiatives are a little different. And personalities really do matter in voting for president. So I think we'll see. You know, there
I'm
are
talking
reports
about in
from the
terms of what the
AP that-
polls were saying versus what was happening in reality.
Sure. We are seeing Virginia maybe looking a little bit better according to the AP numbers.
But still much, much tighter, Jamal, than they ever anticipated. I mean, that's Tim Kaine's home state.
I'm not arguing. I'm
Right?
just trying to look for a silver lining.
Meanwhile, Gwenda Blair is the author of Donald Trump, the Candidate, and the Trump's 3 Generations of Builders and a Presidential Candidate. Gwenda, thanks for stopping by. Nice to see you.
Thanks.
So what do you think about the outcome, or not the outcome, but what we're hearing so far in terms of the returns? Kind of surprising for a lot of people going into today in terms of what was going to happen, including the financial markets, as we just heard.
He's a shrewd guy. He's always been a shrewd guy. He targets his market. He did it with real estate. He did it with casinos. He did it with The Apprentice. He did it now. He went after white voters, and they turned out.
Was there anything else about the way he conducted his campaign that surprised him? That surprised you, rather?
As Matt just was saying, crystal balls, they don't exist. But surprised, I have to say, I was surprised not that he didn't reveal his tax returns, because that's always seemed like he wasn't going to do that, but that was acceptable, that got rolled over, that there was squawking, but not enough. That was not a deal breaker. And really, that's the only thing that has really was a surprise.
You know what's interesting, though? Here he's doing so well, but then when you looked at these polls, his brand has supposedly, if you believe the polls, has suffered as a result of his campaign, with reservations at his hotels are down, and there are other indicators that his brand, so to speak, has suffered. So how do you square this immense popularity that obviously we're witnessing Donald Trump has throughout much of the country, and the fact that his brand equity has declined somewhat?
That's the Trump brand to date has been this sort of high-end, super luxury, best of the best, very expensive hotel suites. Maybe that's going to shift to, more ties, more ballpoint pens, more a much broader reach. And what's going to happen to Ivanka with the higher end of her stuff? Who knows? But maybe she'll roll out stuff that's more mass.
The Trump JCPenney line is coming.
The Trump JCPenney line, and let us note that they're coming out with a new line that's called not Trump. It's called Scion. So there's a change going on, and there's a lot of enthusiasm. So maybe not for $1,000 a night suites, but maybe.
Actually, I think they're starting actually a lower price point hotel.
That's it, Scion.
Right. Oh, is that the hotel?
That's the hotel. It's not called Trump. The first time since the Grand Hyatt, when he couldn't put his name on it, and the next thing he built, Trump Tower, his name was on that. Everything since.
Tell us your overall impressions of him. Obviously, you've studied him. You know the family. You've written extensively about the family. What are your impressions overall about him as a man and as a candidate? There's certainly been a lot of speculation that perhaps he's not that. Oh, Richard Burr was elected to the Senate in North Carolina. Just let's take a moment, because that's pretty significant, isn't it? A Republican that really aligned himself with Donald Trump.
Well, it would be hard to see her carrying North Carolina with Burr winning the Senate race. I think that probably indicates North Carolina is in the Republican column.
So, does Donald Trump really want to be president? Of course, there's been speculation throughout this campaign about how much he does want to be president. I don't know if that's even a fair assessment of his motivations. But what do you make of that speculation that we've heard throughout this campaign?
He's hyper-competitive. This just in. I think we've noticed that. But he's been hyper-competitive his whole life. And this is the biggest gold ring there is. So, yeah, I think he wanted to win. He's also said that he's going to, he's going to let other people do the boring stuff. He's going to, offshore that. He said it. That's no mystery. He's not going to be up late at night with big briefing books. He's going to have it all boiled down to 3 bullet points, and That's it. And anyway, his gut is what he goes with, and his gut's taken him pretty far.
Talk about the influence Donald Trump's father had on him, because I know you wrote about that extensively as well.
His father told his sons to be killers. He absolutely raised them to be competitive, to win, never back down, never give up. And his father and his mother, let's give her a little credit, were early readers of The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale.
And in fact, Donald Trump went to Marble Collegiate, didn't he?
He went to Marble Collegiate. He and his two sisters were married there. His parents' funerals were there. And he's talked about the influence of Norman Vincent Peale, who says, stamp, this is more or less a direct quote, #1 guideline, stamp indelibly on your mind an image of yourself as successful, hold to it tenaciously, never let it go, never let failure enter your mind. And that's what he's done. He's held to it tenaciously, and whenever something kind of got under his skin, he just lashes out and get rid of it.
Let's take a break from this conversation for a moment, because Bianna is back at Clinton headquarters, and she's joined by Mary Steenburgen, who has been a close friend of Hillary Clinton's for decades. Bianna?
Yeah, Mary had just told me that they've been friends for 38 years, and it's great to have you here because one of the issues that always comes up when people talk about Hillary Clinton is concerns about her authenticity, about her relatability, about her honesty. Talk about the woman you've known for 38 years.
You know something, she's been an inspiring person in my life that caused me at a very young age. The very first thing she said to me is, there's a project you and I need to do together. And I said, what's that? She said, children die in our state because they live in such remote parts of the state they can't get to a hospital in time to get treatment. And I said, what should we do? She said, let's raise money for a helicopter for the Arkansas Children's Hospital. Boom, we were off. And, you know, project after project after project were things that caused me to care about the world around me. As a mother, we were young mothers together. I remember when she was pregnant with Chelsea and just watching the way she's walked through life. And I'm excited for this night, and I'm proud of her. And I feel like her mother and my mother and so many people are watching from up there.
Why do you think so many voters were able to see that side and that quality in her husband and aren't able to see it in her? And given that, what is your response to at least what's looking like a much tighter race in swing states?
We always knew this would be a tight race, but you know what? Hers is the poetry of doing. She's a doer. She's someone who never stops working for people. She's been that way her whole life, and I couldn't be prouder of the race she's won and the way she's fought for all of us. And I have daughters and granddaughters, and I would very much love for them to grow up expecting that they can be anything in the world, including president.
Yeah, talk about the historic nature of the evening, the fact that we could be electing the first female president, because it does seem that there was more enthusiasm about electing the first black president than there does seem to be about electing the first female president.
You know, he hadn't endured so many years of people trying to tear him down, thank goodness, because he's wonderful, and he's been, I think, a very wonderful and underestimated president. But Hillary's still standing, and there's a reason why. It's because she is a good person, and she is a fighter. And I don't know many men or women that would still have a smile on their face and be out there trying to make the world a better place after all these years. And that's who she is. A friend of mine the other day, I was on a walk, and a friend of mine came up to me, and it's a woman whose dad was a very eminent psychologist, and so she sort of looks at life to see why people do what they do, because that's how she was raised. And she said, I never could figure a friend out before. I always admired her. I was going to vote for her, but I watched the Democratic convention, and now I know who she is. And I said, what is it that you saw? She said, I saw the story of her mother, and her mother was an abandoned child. And she said, she's running to fix her mother's childhood. And it was the first thing in all these years that I thought, Yeah, you got her right. She is running to fix her mother's childhood. For all those kids out there that, have scary childhoods, and for all the families out there who are just struggling, she's their champion. And I think it's going to happen. It's going to be close.
Well,
I
know you asked me earlier when California was going to close, when we were going to know. We can just say that New Mexico has gone in Hillary Clinton's favor. But we talked about Barack Obama and the surrogates, the star power that Hillary Clinton has had, that the popularity that Barack Obama now holds. Michelle Obama, extremely popular. The Hillary Clinton campaign.
So inspiring, both of them. But you know what else is interesting? I'm one of many old friends of Hillary's that have spent months traveling across this country, going into little small groups of 20 people or big groups, of thousands, to talk and introduce her and talk about who she is. No candidate has had more people that have known her whole life out there saying, this is who we know, this is who we love, this is somebody you can believe in. Nobody's had that but her. You got to ask yourself, why is that?
Well, Mary, I know that you're here with your husband, Ted Danson. Bill Clinton actually gave you away at the wedding. And I know you're still going to be looking at the numbers and the results as they come in. Katie, is there any question that you have there for Mary as well?
Just tell Mary I said hi.
Hey,
Katie says hi.
Hey, Mary.
I love her.
Well, thank you. She loves you, Katie, like
that's
we all
nice.
do.
All right. Well, thanks to both
Thanks
of you.
so much for coming
Thank
by.
you so
Thanks.
much.
Okay. Thanks, Fiona.
That was very sweet.
That was very sweet. I've interviewed Mary Steenburgen a lot through the years, and I think she's a good actress. Anyway, let's talk about sort of where we are right now, the state of the race, if you will. Yeah. Matt, let's take a look at the electoral map and see where we are. We got a lot of red states happening, but of course the critical states that we're still waiting for returns are states like Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, New Hampshire, and of course Nevada and Michigan. So let's just take a look at the East Coast. And did I mention Pennsylvania? If I didn't mention Pennsylvania, I meant to. All of these states are very, very tight, really surprisingly close for the Clinton campaign, for their comfort, I think. Yes. I mean, I think Florida was highly competitive. Virginia, I think, wasn't as competitive, and neither was Pennsylvania. So let's just talk about Florida first off. If Hillary Clinton, oh, that's Pennsylvania. Sorry, you guys switched that. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, what just happened? Let's talk about the state of Florida. What we're seeing is a gender gap that is not as pronounced as Hillary Clinton needs it to be to win the Sunshine State, Jamal?
I think that's right. And if those numbers are right, with 99.1% of precincts in, it's looking pretty dire. Florida may not go Hillary's way.
Well, we were talking about that, Matt, earlier, about the fact that she wasn't performing as well with college-educated white women as anticipated. And if you don't perform as well with Hispanics and black voters to make up that difference, right?
So here's the basic math of it, I think, which is, right, understand that her, and correct me, Jamal, if I'm wrong, I'm not I'm not a pollster, but the effective math for her to win, right, is because she's going to lose non-college-educated white men and white men in general by more than your traditional Democratic candidate, by virtue of her opponent, by virtue of the fact probably that she's a woman. And her long history in public life. So she has to win women by more, and she has to turn out something approaching President Obama's coalition, high turnout among African Americans and Latinos. They were counting on Latinos to do that for her, also partly because of her opponent. And, she needs to carry a larger proportion of college-educated white voters who may be reviled by Trump than a Democrat traditionally does. Now we have enough exit polling data out of some of these early states to begin to extrapolate, because we've seen 3 big states. We've seen Virginia, we've seen Florida.
And Ohio.
And Ohio. Thank you. And in those, and what we are seeing is that she has basically the same gender gap that President Obama had against Mitt Romney 4 years ago. She is not reaching the levels in minority turnout to this point that President Obama did, which I think was always going to be quite a stretch because he is a singular inspirational figure. And not doing especially well among among college-educated white women either, more poorly than you think. So the question becomes, where do you make up those votes? Somewhere there has to be a make votes. It could be in the states with high Latino populations, Latinos put her over the edge. But somewhere she's going to have to pick up states. She's going to have to hold Pennsylvania. She's going to have to pick up Virginia. She's going to have to pick up a bunch of states where that's not a factor in order to get the electoral mass she needs to win.
You know, the Cook report had a good number on Latinos. Yeah, so we look at the Latino vote, and I think it was about 10% of the total national electorate in 2012. But in the swing states, the 12 most contested swing states, it was only 6.9%. So, you know, we'll see how that tops out in this number. But that means that Latino percentages are smaller, which means that white voters will matter more in those 12 most populous states. And that might be part of why we're seeing the tightness in these races that we're seeing.
But let's also just drop for a second. I don't have an answer for it, but just toss this out there and think about this. And Evan, I mean, as you know, given your grasp of the history of this, I would be interested in your interpretation. We now have seen data from the beginning of the night coming out of these polls that tell us that a third of the country thinks he's qualified to be president. Barely a third of the country thinks he has the temperament to be president. But there's almost no way that this isn't a very late night, even if Hillary Clinton wins, and he is carrying college-educated white women by large numbers, and carrying women generally doing better with women.
But having said that, can I just
than
interrupt for 2 seconds? But those exit polls are, it seems to me that they are inherently flawed in terms of what we're seeing in the returns so far,
Well, that's
right?
the question. Are they flawed, or are voters making a calculation here that's not traditional and that we are not used to? Are voters saying effectively, he may not have the temperament, he may not have the qualifications? Again, go back to my
he's my guy.
I want to ask you
But he's more that he's better than she is.
You remember my movie theater analogy, right? That I've talked about this whole campaign.
Right.
You're sitting there with a ticket at the multiplex, and there's 2 movies showing at the same time, and one you've seen before and you were bitterly disappointed at how it ended for you, and one that gets the worst reviews in history, but you haven't sat through it.
If that's the case, we are in totally uncharted territory. This has never happened in American history, where people loathe the candidates. They elect a guy they loathe. I can go back through the index cards, but I'm not going to find one.
We're a country of consumers. He knows how to sell. I think it really boils down to that. He's selling to the American public. He's selling a product himself. He's really good at it. People want to buy. That's what that's what they're looking at. It's not a thing where they're thinking they're being sold to. And I think he's just aces at that. He's such a great
Except that they think
performer.
he's unqualified and lacks the
It doesn't matter. He's unpredictable. That's what matters.
But you know,
and entertaining.
He's entertaining. He's a performer. We're used to having people perform and sell, and we don't. It's a different.
But there's a depth of cynicism and disbelief in American institutions which is unparalleled. There's a lot of polling data on this.
Yes.
You look at faith in the military, education, business, unions, politics, government, media. You name it in 1962, and you know it's up around 67%. You look at it now, it's like at 20%. There has been not just a dip, but a catastrophic crescendo drop of faith in American institutions. And I think maybe that's what we're seeing.
Maybe voters are saying, maybe voters are saying, you can't lead, you don't have the temperament, but it doesn't matter. Nobody does, and the job doesn't matter to my life.
This is sort of chaos theory comes to politics.
Well, as Haley Barbour said very early on in this campaign, people want to give the middle finger to Washington, D.C. and some of these established institutions. And someone else on a panel that we were on, and Jamal, you were on that panel as well, called Donald Trump an experimental drug. That you're so fed up with the status quo, nothing else has worked, and you're willing to deal with the side effects.
And also, we got to remember that Hillary, although first woman would be really historic, she is talk about status quo figures. I mean, she has been around forever. I mean, whole generations of people have known about her and her husband forever, and the fatigue level with that, and the representing, not only does she been around forever, but she sounds, this is a sad thing, she sounds false. When she's talking comfortably in a small group, when she's on a you, Katie, maybe okay, or talking to an interviewer, but when she's on a
Don't look at me
podium,
as an interviewer. She won't sit with me in a million years.
when she's on a podium, she sounds to many Americans to be fake. And this revulsion against the fakeness of politics is really a serious thing.
There's a kind of romance with disruption, I think, and I think that's what we're seeing.
That's very interesting.
Donald talks in these fragments of sentences, all the bellwethers, all the marks, it seems, of a intelligent, thoughtful person. That doesn't sound like somebody, what's inside of your head. What's inside of your head is little verbal fragments, ideas, this and that. That's what he sounds like. So people feel like they're listening inside his head. That's authentic.
Now, I'm going to say, still do think Hillary Clinton pulls this out. But let me say, there's a possibility that in 2008, we threw hope at Washington in a way to try to fix it. And in 2016, people are throwing anger at Washington as a way to sort of disrupt it and fix it. And that might explain some of the, there are some Obama-Trump voters
There
out
again,
there.
in the exit polling that I saw, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but what I saw before I came on here, anger was not the principal emotion people were expressing. There is a disconnect between people who are saying, we're not like the primary electorate. We don't think that much of him. We don't really share the emotion. But a large number of those voters, not all of them, but a large number of those voters seem to be rejecting her and willing to try anything. And it's going to be, as it has been throughout this entire year, a war of attrition. Who can lose less by the time this thing is over?
Well, let's talk about, if you think that she can still pull it off, what exactly is her path to victory? Let's take a look at the electoral map and we can talk about this.
What I think we're looking now, I think Virginia is moving more in her direction, according to some of the numbers I'm seeing come in. Michigan is still sort of out there. I think Pennsylvania, if she can hold. And then you got to go west. And then I think when you go west, Colorado and Nevada will matter, assuming she holds the western wall, right? Washington, Oregon, California. So I'd like to see what the number is. And also Wisconsin and Minnesota haven't come in, which are also.
Did you mention Nevada?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I think Nevada and Colorado matter a lot here, even if she loses Florida, North Carolina.
And Ohio?
And Ohio, yeah. So if she holds Michigan, holds Pennsylvania, holds Virginia, and then gets the western wall plus Nevada.
Right. That's right.
I think we're.
And New Hampshire, right? Did you talk about?
We did not talk about New Hampshire, but New Hampshire.
New Hampshire's a big piece of this too, even though it's a tiny state.
Yeah. And again, the Gore veterans all remember those 4 electoral college votes in 2000.
I remember the Kennedy organization moving en masse over the border at about 5 in the afternoon.
Well, let's talk about New Hampshire. Give us the state of the race there, Jamal. Going into Election Day.
The last polls we also saw Maggie Hassan, the Senate candidate, being about 4 or 5 points up earlier. We'll see how Secretary Clinton closes in New Hampshire. But New Hampshire has been good to the Clintons in the past. See what happens.
We'll see. We'll see. Isn't it interesting how the tables have turned? Because I think at the beginning of this day, and even in the last couple of days, it was sort of the strategists and the pundits trying to figure out Donald Trump's potential path to victory, with Hillary Clinton seeming that she was in the catbird seat, or at least ahead of the game. And now it's suddenly we're trying to figure out how she can pull it off as the path gets narrower and narrower.
All eyes right now should be, I think, on Virginia and Pennsylvania. Those 2 states are where I'm focused. Holding Pennsylvania, and holding Virginia. If you can't hold one of those 2, it gets awfully treacherous, awfully fast.
Let's go to Stephanie Tsai, because she is at Donald Trump's election night headquarters, and it was sort of more subdued earlier, and it must be a little more joyful right now.
I need to update you on a couple points, Katie, because earlier, as I said here at Trump's victory party, which is its official name, earlier there was a more diverse crowd, but it was a tiny crowd, and now you can see behind me that this is a packed ballroom of Trump supporters. There are supporters from all over the country, actually. I just spoke to a biker for Trump that was flown in from Charleston, South Carolina. I'll tell you, the atmosphere in this room has become more and more energized, more and more optimistic. Trump, as you have noted, is so far ahead in the electoral count, even though it's important to say that no battleground state has yet been called. But these folks, they're watching the television screens, they're seeing the returns, they're seeing the percentages in North Carolina and Florida, and they're seeing how close they are. They're seeing Trump ahead in battleground states, and really there is that party atmosphere. Earlier also, I talked about how there was that contrast between the exuberance that we're used to seeing at the massive Trump rallies and whether that would take place here. And I can honestly say that you can feel that excitement building throughout the night. At several points tonight, we've heard chants of "Drain the Swamp." That's
one of Donald Trump's slogans on the campaign trail just ring out from the crowd spontaneously, or chants of USA, big boos whenever Hillary Clinton wins a state, big cheers whenever Donald Trump has won a state. The other thing that we've talked about is whether those massive crowds at Trump rallies would translate into votes. And in talking to people here, it seems like they're very excited about the fact that that's exactly what we may be seeing, those big crowds actually translating into votes. I'll give you a little bit more color here. You see a lot of red. Those are Trump hats that say "Make America Great Again." By the way, the women in this room, many of them are wearing red dresses. And I will say that earlier I had noticed more diversity. There were Hispanics for Trump signs, there were women for Trump signs, but this is largely a white crowd. I mean, this is Manhattan, this is Midtown Manhattan. This does not reflect sort of the cultural and racial diversity that I, as a Manhattan resident, saw at my polling station today. Nonetheless, this is a very excited crowd. I'll mention one more thing, and this is one of the signs they're passing out here may speak to an explanation that you'll hear here about why the polls and the pre-polls don't seem to be matching some of the returns that we're seeing. The silent majority stands with Trump. Candidate Trump all along has suggested that there was this sort of a silent majority that was going to show up for him. And this is what a lot of the folks here at the Trump party are hoping for tonight, Katie.
Okay, Stephanie, we can also say that the state of Ohio, we can officially call for Donald Trump with 18 electoral votes. I think it was going his way. I think that's not a big surprise, but the Ohio has gone for Donald Trump. Jamal, I think this was something the Clinton campaign could see coming in terms of Ohio.
They could. There was a little hope that something might, break loose, and with all the work they've been doing in Ohio the last few days, but it was not in their path to victory number.
Are you surprised that she spent so much time in Ohio and not as much time in Florida, for example, in recent days?
I was not surprised by it 2 hours ago, but right now it may seem like that she should have reversed the attention.
Is John Ward available? Because I wanted to talk to him. They're going to get him in a second. But let's talk about North Carolina, because we saw earlier that the Republican Senator Richard Burr won. And that makes things look pretty dicey for Hillary Clinton in North Carolina. Talk about that, Jamal.
Yeah, there's also a governor's race up in North Carolina right now, so we'll see what the number is for the governor's race, which the Democrat was ahead in recent weeks. So, North Carolina's a state that's going to be dependent upon big African-American turnout. There are a lot of people who've moved to North Carolina from northern states who tended to be more affiliated with Democrats. Were they able to turn that number out? Did it matter? Or it is very really possible that the populations of people that Donald Trump was convincing in Florida and Ohio are the same kinds of people that he's convincing in other states, which makes all those states in jeopardy.
Yeah, I don't think North Carolina is a great bellwether. I always thought their optimism about North Carolina was a little too exuberant.
I think they were focusing on the Golden Triangle and sort of the young college
they're trying to make it another Virginia,
yeah.
effectively, but it's not. I mean, President Obama carried it twice, I guess, right?
No, once.
Once, okay, once, not in 2012.
Right.
It's a very tough state. It requires that level of African-American turnout that I think only he could really get.
We can say that Hillary Clinton has won the state of Virginia, the Old Dominion, which I think a big sigh of relief, I think, in the Clinton headquarters because of that. Tell us, Jamal, how critically important that state is.
You can tell by the way he's breathing.
Yeah, it's very important. It's going to make my night go a lot better around here, that's for sure. Virginia is very important. It also is part of this new Democratic math. And look, if Tim Kaine is on the ticket and they did not win Virginia, that certainly caused a lot of decision-making into question.
And there's a lot of difference between urban voters in Virginia, if you can call Northern Virginia urban. I'll call it urban because that's where I'm from.
That's urban.
Urban and also voters in Richmond.
And then don't forget about the Tidewater area out around Norfolk and Hampton and that whole part of the state.
But there are in many ways two different Virginias, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. The Obama campaign was really good. My family's from a small town in between Charlottesville and Richmond, and it's called Kent's Store. It's the closest place to get your mail was Kent's Store. In the last time when he won it in 2008, we were there the weekend right before Election Day, and I saw organizers in this tiny town of just a couple thousand people going door to door. And I thought, well, this is the kind of infrastructure that they have in place. The question is whether or not the Clinton campaign had the same infrastructure. Some of the concerns that people who've been on the ground in states have raised is they were using a different kind of model that was much more analytical, much more data-driven, much less about the people-to-people contact over the same amount of time that the Obama campaign used. That was the bet they made in this campaign, that analytical model
Sort of predictive
would work.
analytics,
That's
right?
So we'll see if that actually held out.
All right. But boy, Virginia, very, very tight, much tighter than they anticipated, I'm sure, with Tim Kaine on the ticket.
I mean, but really, just to put it in perspective, I think what we're beginning to see is a fairly modern traditional map, right? I mean, there was a feeling going into this that Hillary Clinton might roll, that, particularly based on those questions we discussed in the exit polls, there was a lot of optimism from Democrats we talked to. I think, I have felt in the last week or two, and I think it's playing out tonight, that what we would end up with is your 2000 map or 2004 or something closer to 2012, a map where it's tight and where where it's going to go late and where a Democrat has to thread the needle in urban states and with a high Latino and African American turnout.
So Minnesota and Wisconsin closed the polls at 9 o'clock, so some of those voters may still be out. So those states matter also.
And Wisconsin was highly competitive, much more competitive than the Democrats anticipated, right? There were a lot of events with Scott Walker and Paul Ryan in recent days.
More competitive than they thought, but remember, Donald Trump lost that state in the primary, and Democrats haven't lost Wisconsin, I think, probably since, 1988?
Well, never say never at this point, because I think everything is so unpredictable. Meanwhile, what do they think across the pond about what's going on here in this country? Nicholas Pecci is editor-in-chief of Yahoo UK, and he's on the phone from London. Nicholas, do you think this is sort of the U.S. version of Brexit?
Hi, good morning, good evening. There's some strong parallels there from our perspective. I think there's from the UK perspective, what happened there was that when the voting came in, similarly what you're seeing now is that it's far tighter than people initially anticipated. And I think what this boils down to, in retrospect, from the UK perspective, and you see this across Europe, is the breaking down of the relationship between the political establishment and the people they represent. In some respects, some of the commentators said that the elite didn't know what they didn't know, and things were taken for granted. So in the political map, you had people favoring their own regions and assuming things would go the way they would go. So, for instance, the vote that came in Sunderland, which is in the northeast of England, when they narrowly won it, that was a real shock, because Sunderland is not a wealthy area, it's a traditional Labour area, and assumptions would have been made that that would have a more leaning towards Europe. There's a huge 3.6 billion investment from a Nissan car plant there. The people there, 7,000 people that work there, are dependent on that, and yet that region voted to leave. And the thinking, or the reasons why people vote to leave, isn't clear. It's quite nebulous. It's almost an emotional reaction rather than looking at the hard facts of what we're getting into, because you can still see in the aftermath of that people are still trying to figure out what exactly did we vote for. And you saw that the following day in the search results, people were typing in, what is the EU? What is Brexit? Because people weren't actually sure what they had actually voted for. So it's more of a protest vote, a frustration, and that comes down, that kind of sense of hurt and that sense of anger, it comes down to the fracturing of those relationships. So people tend to see their politicians only once every 4 years, assumptions are made, and the reasons for voting, and I don't know, but the perception over here of how it is in the US is that a lot of the people that are voting for Trump are similar to the shy Brexit. People wouldn't come out and say, I'm voting for Brexit. People may be shy about voting and saying, I'm voting for Trump, because he's such a sort of explosive figure for us. You know, his views about women, he's broken the mold in terms of storming the citadel of the political establishment. He doesn't play by the same rules, and yet each time people have thought, okay, well, he'll get to the nomination and then that will be it. He then goes on to the next stage, and now we're at a stage where it's getting tighter and tighter as the results come in. I suspect far more than people initially anticipated, but still, the night is young. So it's a mixed bag, and across Europe there's a lot of anxiety also about his views, what will happen with Russia and NATO. He's made it clear that he may not get involved should there be some heating up there across the Baltic states. And that's precisely the military maneuvers that took place earlier this year in those Baltic states, putting forward a scenario where Russia might, provoke or take some land from one of those states, just to see how NATO reacts. And that is a concern for Germany, France, and then you have the economic concerns, because you can see the markets, how they're reacting now. They're like, the peso dropping, the Asian markets, and for the UK barometer, the pound is the best barometer of how the markets view what is going on. If it's a soft Brexit, we still keep an element of migration, we still have a good trade deal with Europe, then the pound rises. If it's a hard Brexit, the pound falls. And we're still not in the situation of Brexit. Article 50 has not been triggered. We're still in this kind of phony war situation where we're, preparing for negotiation. We don't know what the negotiating positions are.
Nicholas, has there been a sense of buyer's remorse in terms of Brexit among members of the population?
I think very much so. I was, just some sort of people, people you meet, neighbours. There's one comment I saw from someone who worked in that Nissan car plant I talked to you about, who didn't give his name afterwards and said the next day, "What have I done?" There's a colleague of mine who works in a construction, and while the managers in that construction firm were very much for Remain, on the building site, it was very much, well, hey, get out of the EU, whatever. And then the next day, he went to them, he said, do you realise that the uncertainty means that we're probably not going to build here, we're not going to invest in that? And they went, well, I thought it was I didn't actually think it would happen. There was that kind of thinking, there's almost a thrill about, well, and I imagine there's maybe part of this, the suspicion is part of this with Trump, like, with Trump, it's going to be different. And there's a thrill about that. If I press this red button about something's going to change. I don't know what it's going to be, but something's going to change. And there's a sense of that with Brexit. It's like, I'm so fed up. I'm so angry. No one's listening to me. I'm going to do something. And now they're really finally going to listen to me. Because that's democracy. People have a vote. That's their chance to vent. That's the chance when they get a snapshot of the mood. And again, I think sometimes on the other side of the pond in the UK, we forget how vast America is, how vast the differences within those various states are, and how that then gets reflected in, you were talking about rural areas and urban areas, and you have the Hispanic vote that's rising and where they're going, and then you have the sort of middle-aged, older white community and their perception of the reality that they live in. It's a very nuanced picture, and there's no kind of definitive thing with Brexit. You say, this is the thing. I mean, people talked a lot about immigration, but again, there's confusion about what do you mean by immigration? Do you mean the people that are coming over in boats from Syria? Very few of them here. Do you mean the people in Eastern Europe since EU expanded? Yes, significant portions of them here. But who are the people that serve you your coffee, in the morning, with the baristas? Well, they tend to be from those countries. Are you talking about the midwife that works in the hospital that helped deliver your baby? And when you drill down to it with people, they go, well, I didn't mean that bit, I meant that bit. So it's a very complicated picture. People also get confused. They go, oh, I'm voting because I can't get my child into the school place. So that's not strictly with the EU. That's maybe they live in an area where there's not the resourcing, there's the pressure on school places Therefore, they vent it that way.
Yeah.
They say, oh, my daughter can't afford to buy a house. That's nothing to do with the EU.
Yeah.
So it's a very nuanced picture.
Well, Nicholas Pecci, we really appreciate your views from London today. Thank you very much, because we know it's extremely early there, early in the morning. So, Nicholas, thank you for staying up. And are you going to stay up and watch the rest of the returns?
Absolutely.
All right. All right. Thanks, Nicholas. We should mention that Donald Trump, we can now call Florida for Donald Trump, 29 electoral votes. And while Nicholas was talking, we could always also tell you that Colorado has been called for Hillary Clinton. Jamal, do you care to respond about Florida?
I'm just happy about Colorado right now. You know, I think we
Good
talked.
pivot.
Yes. We talked a little bit earlier about how the numbers in Colorado weren't shaping up with how she was doing with white voters, particularly in the exurbs. And even though she had a big lead with some of the African American Latino voters, it just wasn't going to be enough. That's what I was hearing from some of my sources. We couldn't, I couldn't say it definitely was going to happen, but clearly this is.
So what happened to the Latino surge that we were talking about that people were writing
they did
about?
Surge,
they surged,
but there was a white surge too.
So they surged, just not enough to compensate for the white surge.
Right. That's right.
Interesting.
And I was just sitting here playing with my electoral college map calculator, and Colorado was showing up as a very important state to see if she was going to reach those numbers. Winning Colorado is a good block in the wall towards
and Virginia, a very big deal. I mean, elections are like, you know, election like this, like you start out in a room with a lot of elbow space, and the walls just start closing in, and you don't know when they're going to stop closing, you know, and the path becomes much more constricted, and so, you know, losing Florida, losing Ohio, two big bellwether states, two big battleground states. Probably she's going to lose North Carolina, is my guess. You know, that those walls start to close in pretty quickly. Virginia and Colorado hold it off, but I feel like I'm still looking at New Hampshire, as small as it is, and Nevada, which will come in later, which is assumed to be a very strong state for Democrats.
Michigan.
And she has to hold Pennsylvania. And
She's got to hold the upper Midwest has got to hold in place, and then, you know, either Nevada or New Hampshire or, you know.
But if Trump takes Pennsylvania at this point, it would be very hard for her to win.
All right.
Very
so
hard.
what is happening in Pennsylvania? Can we take a look at that, you guys? So there you have Pennsylvania right now. So
we don't know what's out.
We just don't know what's out, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say 77%. And here's Michigan right now, but still very early.
Very early.
In terms of making
and
drawing any conclusions.
You can't even really draw conclusions if you know that you know, they're mostly rural counties out, because, as you say, there's a white surge. We don't know how big some of those numbers can be once you start amalgamating.
And one of the things in Michigan that's interesting is, you know, you win Michigan very similar to the way you win Pennsylvania, which is you need a really big turnout out of the city of Detroit in order to win the state. Now, remember, we know that she lost, Secretary Clinton lost Michigan in the primary because Bernie Sanders was able to shave off some of her African-American number, particularly with younger African-Americans. But in the state, here's the thing. There's a new mayor in the city of Detroit who is a white mayor for the first time since 1972 or 73, the first white mayor who won his mayoral election with the smallest turnout in any mayoral election in history. So the question everyone had was, could this mayor and his allies and all the organizations the Clinton campaign built, could they actually get a big enough turnout out of the city of Detroit to offset the rest of the state?
Let's go to Stephanie's side, because I think excitement is building at Trump headquarters nearby here. Stephanie, I know that they were chanting Florida, 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 I believe.
Yeah, you know, they were, Katie, but the thing is they're watching Fox News, and Fox News has not yet projected Florida as a Trump win. So that may happen while I'm talking to you. Fox News data has projected North Carolina as a victory for Trump. So right now it appears, based on what our data is saying and what Fox News' data is saying, that Trump really has the momentum right now in these battleground states. And so I'll describe the atmosphere here for you. It's been building. It is more and more a party atmosphere. I know I kind of made a joke about the free-flowing alcohol earlier. Well, still no food, still free-flowing alcohol, although not really free. There's actually cash bars throughout the Hilton space here, but the crowds are jubilant. And you can see, if I'll just step out of the shot for a little bit, so Brad, my photographer here, can just get a shot of what we're seeing here, which is people starting to, you know, put their Make America Great baseball caps on backward. It's getting more of the feel of a fraternity party. You can judge for yourself by the crowd whether you see the sort of cultural and racial diversity that reflects our electorate. Florida is what they were looking at all along. You heard me interview Senator Jeff Sessions earlier. I'd love to try to talk to him again and just see his impressions once Fox News does call Florida. I'm expecting a huge roar from this crowd. Trump, we believe, is still at Trump Tower, which is about 4 blocks away from the Midtown Hilton that I'm at. He is watching the election with his family. You showed earlier his tweet that showed the picture of him and his running mate, Mike Pence, watching closely. So they are following very closely, and it is looking more and more